Where did everything go? Okay, so the Twitch stream is working now. Okay. So the Twitch stream is working now. Here. Right, hello Twitch people. I see some of you are in here. Yeah, I am starting this a bit early. Like 2 hours early. Because I assume that it'll be as long, if not longer, than part 1. And part 1 was like, I want to say 7 hours of reading. Pretty intense. I did hear shorter than part 1. Well, just in case, I guess, right? I'm here already. So anyway, good day, everyone. Let's go ahead and get started. Got my drink. And I am ready to narrate. Oh. No, I'm not ready. I'm not ready at all. Actually, I have to pull up the trend. That's important. Rock band music, yeah. Good stuff. Okay, I think this showing up on stream? No, I don't think so. Not pretty. Okay, it's up now. East Walker, yeah. That's pretty funny. That's definitely a reference. Oh, fuck. Hold on. It's not ready yet. I thought it was, but... I forgot my computer... My computer just kind of goes insane whenever I use a translator because... proxies.
ただリビウまでのルートが入り組んでて、ここ最近は山の間を進んでいる。少し前にトラブルもあったが、一応解決した。
That's a black screen. How did I know I selected Eluna Translator now. No, it's not working. I probably got to use the admin version for it to go up. A little unfortunate because it's actually working for me, but it's not showing up on stream, and that's probably because it's not the admin version. Or I don't have permissions. Best way to put it. We fixed that. Alright, will this one work? Alright, this one's actually showing. Yeah, hold on. Ah, there we go. That's the fix. Now I can actually. I just forgot what my setup was. I gotta redo all of this. My computer goes insane whenever I use Luna Translator. Primarily because my computer sees it as a virus. Usually I had this done ahead of time, but I did not this time. That's primary. Ah, this is ass. I'm gonna translate. Always annoying. That's what it is. Which Seedall is perfect for the Metal Gear universe. A lot of them actually, but I think AR-15 would be best. Someone is. M16 would work as well. Like I said, a lot of them would work. I think 45. Leva. Fantastic. In a Metal Gear world. I'll do that. I already have this. Sure, okay, that's a lot faster. Jalnad. The lolly. Yeah. Like, even the commander would work well in the Metal Gear universe. Yeah, that is the file that I did. Hopefully it works now. This is silly. Right here. It just blocked. About the admin. Literally just. What's this looking for? Okay. I just. Don't worry, I'm almost done. Fortunately, I know how to try. Don't be a dick. I did it. Yeah, I did it. Okay. Yes, okay, we got it. Now, please, is this showing up? We made it! We did it! Alright. We're back in business. Yeah, that took that took a while, but we're good now. Let me know if you can see that on screen. It works. Dabbing. Alright. Alright, so the only two lines that you guys missed is the they were talking about Blue Spear. Right. Gelin. Yes? Although I noticed the connection between Helena and Paradise when I learned about it, I still hope to personally confirm with Gelin. You already knew about the reappearance of Paradise, right? Why didn't you tell me if 404 was investigating? I'm sorry, initially I only received some vague information. Before it was confirmed, I didn't want to give out false information, is basically what it's saying. Because of this? Gelin lowered her eyes. Time has indeed made her mature, but for me, it's just a thin veil covering her emotions. I know her guilt all too well now. I can pull up the thing. Make it a little bit smaller too. There we go. At first I thought it was just investigation to the illegal operations and private armed groups of the IQ Giant Group. That stands for something, but I don't know what it was. But later I found that it was much more dangerous. I'm not sure how much this threat will involve. To be honest, I regret transferring Helena's commission to you in the first place. Although I haven't fought for many years, I'm not as weak as you think. What I mean is, if you are in the safe zone and there is a non-military force management bureau, NAMFA, even the Girard group, which has almost no control in the state of odor, wants to move us, you need to think twice. I need to know what odor means. But the Yellow District is different. The highest deity there is nature. And beneath nature, the most virtuous and unruly are humans. The Elmo, sailing alone in the Yellow Zone, is like a ship in the vast ocean, capsizing only in seconds. I am very worried that if this continues, both the Elmo and the Commander will encounter difficult problems to solve. And I cannot even provide timely support. I don't want to lose any more of you at that time. Gelin's voice choked up. The scars caused that here, like a ravine, still stand between us. Yeah, that's pretty deep there. I don't know how to comfort her, and I still can't give a complete explanation yet. Let's stop this topic for now. I heard about ODE-01. Girard Group is becoming increasingly arrogant. You have to be careful. Forcefully changing the topic brought a sense of loss to Gelin's eyes. But the veil of time quickly covered up again. I'm not the little girl I used to be, Commander. Right. But thank you for your concern. You also need to pay attention to safety command. Yeah, so basically Kalina broke a little bit, like just a little bit. The dam cracked a little bit. Thinking about the commander. The big screen is the city square. The big screen in the city square is playing news. According to our news, the large-scale chaos caused by the Girard Group's machinery manufacturing is still ongoing, affecting the white city of ODE's 30 and all its green and purification areas. Today, the Girard Group held a press conference at its office. State Councilor and the Girard Group Chairman, Rurik Girard, solemnly apologized and explained the matter at the conference. The following is live footage of the press conference. We deeply apologize for the recent chaos in the manufacturing of Girard machinery, which has caused a negative impact on the lives of residents and the progress of purification projects. At present, the cause of the abnormal mechanical operation has been preliminarily identified. Previously, in order to meet the essential needs of ODE 30, we excessively pursued efficiency in the process of rapid production, resulting in some technical loopholes. We are gradually recalling the affected machinery. In addition, our technical personnel are also cooperating with government forces to fully solve various accidents caused by this, and we believe that the relevant areas will soon restore the original order. After the cause of the abnormality is fully determined, we will hold another press conference to explain. Please rest assured that Girard Group is absolutely and fully capable of bearing all the responsibility for this accident. Was completely capable. It's just that we have to work overtime here. Lena withdrew her gaze from the large screen in the city square and looked at the slowly moving crowd behind the cordon. The figures led by Leva are assisting the security management department in directing the protest march. He has a punchable face. Yeah, he kinda does. In the team, banners attacking Healer and protesting against radical development are everywhere. Dealing with those machines is already very troublesome. Every now and then I had to help maintain the order of protest marches. When I encounter someone with a bad temper, I'll be scolded, and even if I am scolded, I cannot retaliate. If I had to say it, we should have dragged that Senator Rurik onto the street and borne the anger of the residents ourselves. If you were to appear in person, you will only be in more trouble. Just endure it. That's what he deserved. The state government is no exception. And most of the security machinery is purchased from Girard. They manufacture factory equipment, transportation vehicles, and even microwave ovens at home. This is too exaggerated. That's how terrifying it is. The monopolistic development of the Girard Group has made it impossible for the residents of Odessa to live without it. Once Girard becomes paralyzed, his own life will also become precarious. I'm assuming Odessa is Odessa. No wonder both the state government and residents of ODE 30 were so indulgent towards Girard before. Now it's okay. Linda casts a disdainful glance at the parade crowd on the sidewalk. Legislator Rurik is also... It must be a bit more of a headache than before. He was betrayed by the third-generation dolls he produced. The server was deliberately destroyed, and the damaged data center had to keep it hidden from the public as much as possible. He can only choose to suffer this this much loss.
どうしてそんな楽観的でいられる？
It's only Leva who can be so optimistic.
そうでもしないとやってられないわ。
What else can I do if I'm not optimistic? I was hit by that 3rd generation doll before and couldn't fight back. My mental module was affected.
今じゃしがない秩序維持任務しかでき
Now I can only assist in maintaining public order here. So she's damaged. She took too much damage. Leva shrugged and handed one end of the loose cordon to Rebella, who then reattached it to the streetlight.
そうじゃないでしょ。あなただけ
Isn't that the reason?
私も
Now, it's not just you. I can't stop the machines that are running abnormally through the electronic warfare.
さあね。あの騒ぎ以来
Who knows, since the beginning of this turmoil,
セカンダリレベルからのハック
these affected machines have become difficult to infiltrate from the 2nd level. That's level 2.
古き良き
And everything needs to be solved through real combat,
難しいわね。
with a nostalgic tone.
まあ最悪ってことはないわ。
Fortunately, although my combat performance cannot keep up with yours,
精度はまず
my shooting accuracy is still acceptable for now.
が生まれるのはいい
How could this happen?
ね。
If we want to go bad, we should also go bad together, right?
そうだね。
Ah, yes, yes. We want to go bad.
どういう反応？
What's that reaction? Seeing Leva's puzzled expression, Linda felt a little guilty. Rebella approached Leva without showing any signs and asked in a low voice.
まさかジラードの自作自演は全部あの人形がやったと思っているんですか？
Leva, do you think this Gerard's self-directed performance or the mysterious figure making it? You want to cause chaos, we cause chaos together. That's probably what it was. Are you using some sort of in-live translation machine? I'm using a software called Luna Translator.
そう。ジラードが証拠隠滅のための時間
Well, although it is possible that Gerard is intentionally delaying and buying time to destroy evidence for himself, but this time the commotion is too loud, even affecting the construction of nearby purification zones.
選挙を目
I
前
put an eye patch.
リューリック議員
He probably doesn't want to see
思えないわ。
such a situation during the critical period of the recent election for member of parliament in Rurik.
あの人形と第三世代人形についての
The investigation into the mysterious doll and the third generation doll has also been forced to be suspended.
そうね。ジラードの方を
No
ど
problem.
うにかしない限り、オデッサ
Yeah, as long as Gerard's vulnerabilities are not fixed, the chaos in the OD30 area will not subside.
管理局が州政府との関係を維持したくても
If the NAMPA wants to maintain its relationship with the state government, it can only prioritize dispatching manpower to maintain order, just like now.
そうなると
From this perspective, the probability of that doll causing trouble is even higher.
そういうこと情けないけど
Bingo!
今はリューリック
Although it may be a bit disappointing, I sincerely hope that our Congressman Rurik can be a bit more reliable now.
あんなのに何ができるっていうの
He? What can he rely on?
怪しいし
Even if the equipment in government office is like a ticking time bomb now.
昨日なんかファディ少佐のコーヒー
Just today,
爆発した
Colonel Fady's cup almost exploded with the coffee machine. Fortunately, Alva was nearby and stopped the fire in time. Lunacia translations. Hearing herself being mentioned, Alva turned around to guide the parade in an orderly manner.
最初に消火器を持ったのはソップ
The fastest person to turn the fire extinguisher is Sop,
でもほとんどファディ少佐に吹きかけたよね
but 80% of Sop bubbles sprayed onto Major Fetty. Sop, were you actually intentional? Originally on the last side, Sop ran over 2 or 3 steps and glanced at Edie, who was commanding his subordinates to maintain order on the other side of the street.
気に食わなかったからちょうどよかったよ
Miss anything major? The only thing you miss is the commander and Kalina having a heart-to-heart so far. I just started. There's a lot of troubleshooting. That guy doesn't look like a good thing. It's rare to have a chance.
ファディ少佐を疑ってるんですか？
Are you suspecting Major Fide?
別に、ただなんとなく。
It's hard to say, just intuition. Soft sniffed at the air, looking disgusted.
偉そうな官僚の匂いがしたから嫌い。
He has a bureaucratic smell all over him and I don't like it.
コーヒーカップと制服を台無しにしただけじゃ足りないくらい。
Just broke a cup, destroyed a set of uniforms. It's cheap for him.
どうどう。ファディ少佐には
Right, right.
するようカリンから言いつけられた。
Gelin specifically instructed us to cooperate with Major Fide's actions. Isn't this kind of a prank unless common? Probably not a yandere.
アルバがいなかったら少佐に泡を。
Fortunately, Alva helped out yesterday. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been reasonable to just fire the Major without putting it out. Did they kiss? No. They weren't face to face. Even if Alva doesn't take action, I will handle it. Sop knew he was at fault. Oh, Sop knew she was at fault and slipped back to Rebella's side, while Leva shook her head helplessly.
ありがとうね、アルバ。
Thank you, Alva.
いや、大したことじゃない。
A small gesture is not a big deal.
昨日のぼや騒ぎだけじゃないわ。
Not only for the fire yesterday, but also the protection of my body and the Underground Research Institute, including insisting in maintaining public order now, are not included in Alpha's action plan, right? You should go do the more important task.
ごめんね。おととい通信を聞いて。
Sorry, accidentally overheard your communication days ago. I thought you responded immediately and said goodbye to us.
ここはまだ人手が必要だ。それに、この状況を。
Is that AN94? Yes. Yes, this is AN94. On the right side. You are short of manpower, and I don't want to let the chaos here go unchecked, so the actions is temporarily postponed.
命令よりも自分の気持ちを優先しちゃったか。
Will you put your personal thoughts before your orders?
私のアルバらしくない。
It's a bit different from the Alva before.
あれは命令じゃない。それに。
It's not a command, but I won't be an ancestry who only follows orders anymore.
AK-12 と約束したんだ。
That is my agreement with AK-12. That is true, they did agree on that.
そうなんだ。
That's not bad either. The parade ahead has all walked out of the Gordon, and Leva turned to look at Lena.
ここでの任務はこれでおしまいね。
It seems that the task here has come to a temporary end.
これからだけど。
Unfortunately, today is far from order. Hmm? Ah. Linda followed Leva's gaze and looked over. Was 94 the one to turn evil? No, that's RPK. RPK is the one to turn evil. Not far away, Fede is communicating. I think it's supposed to be his eyebrows, but I'll just go say her. Her eyebrows furrowed, and her meticulously styled hairstyle has also scattered a few strands of hair. I don't know if Fede seems to have received a new task again. Looks very serious. Leva, are we going to the next LA city again? But the public transportation and medical systems here have not been restored. Probably once the danger of the parade decreases, the security management department here can take over. It was my wife, RDK. Feels bad. Public transportation is not too dangerous as long as it's temporarily prohibited from passing. As long as it can effectively reduce casualties, the pressure on the medical system can be alleviated. We and the Special Management Department must go to more chaotic areas to maintain order, and we cannot afford to lose big for small gains. Well, that's right. I'll go notify everyone. Lena glanced unhappily at the big screen on the city square again, as the press conference report of Gerard Group was still ongoing. You took my wife. Feels bad. I prefer a copy of Nadia saved somewhere. Probably not. It'll be an ass pull. Not gonna lie. The scene cuts to Rurik, who calmly and politely responds to the reporter's questions. Lap? Oh, okay, that's what it was. Rurik's composed face suddenly turned red. The vicious liquid slid down the screen, leaving comical marks on the cheek. The big screen was hit by paintballs. Hippomorphic capitalists? Mechanical turmoil is all Gerard's conspiracy. With a shout from the crowd, the just calmed parade once again boiled over, and people raised their signs in anger, accusing each other. More and more paintballs are hitting the big screen. Hippomorphic. The security machinery, which has already entered standby mode, was activated by gunshots and joined forces with security personnel to surround the parade. Speedy's voice can be heard on the communication channel. Attention, all units. Set up riot shields. Stop the parade from crossing the cordon. And maintain order as soon as possible. If necessary, fire a warning shot. No way. I think they already did warning shots. Before Rebella can finish speaking, a bullet had already hit the cement ground near the parade. The people around suddenly exclaimed in surprise. I mean, when necessary. Don't shoot now. The bullet did not follow Fidi's command and continued to shoot mercilessly. The gun did not follow, or whatever. The guard did not follow. Top promptly snatched the riot shield and intercepted this round attack. Kill, security machinery, killing someone! Although no one was injured, the parade crowd has already fallen into panic, with people starting to push and flee each other, and scream and insults getting louder and louder. These machines are not functioning properly. Danger, purge. Wait, danger, purge, danger, purge. Security machinery? Their shooting module must be locked. Could it be? Realizing that the situation was not right, Ferdinand immediately changed... Okay, that's his name. Ferdinand immediately changed the command. Attention, all units. Prioritize suppressing security machinery. Directly destroy it. Ensure the safety of the public. Leva, command the humans to initiate support. Yeah, I got it. The Vista bug. Stop. Lena and Alva, you three will cooperate with the Special Management Department and destroy the security machinery. Okay. Rebella, you and I will assist the security personnel in evacuating the parade. Understood. Lena and the others are starting a battle. Rebella, let's go. Well, let's follow the plan and pay attention to the time. Da da da. This time, Sister Leva should praise me, right?
失望はさせません。
I need to turn the AC on. Jeez.
交換するなら今のうちよ。交換するなら今のうちよ。静かにして。
Alright. The chaotic machinery was completely destroyed, and security personnel lifted the debris onto the transport vehicle one by one. I'm live and offline at the same time? Let's see. I do have a pause, so like... it says look at the stream right now. It's good for me. The thing is though, is that I think the only way I can make it better is if I actually lower the bitrate more. But if I lower the bitrate, the quality will suffer. The crowd of protesters has already dispersed. Ambulance has sent away the injured, and the city square is in chaos. On the large screen stained with paint, it is still ODE 30 current affairs, but the broadcast content has already shifted from the press conference out of the Gerard group to the just quelled ODE 01 security machinery out of control, shooting and parading citizens. Yeah, they mean on Twitch. YouTube's just fine. YouTube has always been fine. It's Twitch that's being silly because they have a cap on bitrate. Seems like Congressman Rurik will come out again to apologize. Leva piled up the scattered banners on the roadside, and Ferdinand walked straight towards her. I think what I'll do is that I'll get some software that is able to better distribute the bitrate between both streams. That way it can be more stable on both sides. But that's going to have to involve some work. That'll happen off stream, not during stream. Leva, notify your team members to depart at their 015. So that means that should be wow, is it past midnight? That's what it means. We need to take a rail train to the next satellite city. This is not the departure time period for rail trains. It is a special approval, and the time is not waiting for you. Hi. Ferdinand nodded and prepared to leave. Oh wait, Colonel Ferdinand, I heard that you are a local of ODE 30. Upon hearing Leva's question, Ferdinand frowned but still stopped in his tracks. What's up? It's nothing, just a casual question. ODE 30 has been peaceful lately. How's the Major's family? No, thank you for your concern. Please notify the dolls to depart after 1500, not 1500, but 15. Ferdinand ignored Leva and quickly left. SWAT hopper. Did I miss anything? I just arrived. So, what you've missed is the commander and Kalina had a heart-to-heart. Thanks, Starfight. Appreciate it. But yeah, they had a heart-to-heart, and we just got done quelling a riot in ODE-01, I believe. On the train tracks, Lena glanced at Ferdinand, who was walking out of the carriage for a remote report, and leaned over to Leva. Leva, you okay? I'm not damaged, don't worry. It's not that. I mean, I used to work at an underground research institute. The incident of your mental impairment. Linebenz has already conducted a maintenance for me, and my functions have been restored almost completely. However, some of my mental data cannot be repaired yet, but most of it is old data, so it's not a problem. Really? It's not a problem? Lena pinched her fingers uncomfortably. Lena, Leva. What's up with you? Your sister Leva won't be affected by such a small matter. After the data is lost, it seems that a portion of the computing space is actually released. Some chaotic and redundant data in the mind has also been cleared. Leva gently touched Lena's head. Are you doubting me or not? Does Leva mean about the light rail station? At the time, there was really no way. Yeah, this is in reference to Lena getting captured for a while. It was part of the plan because things didn't go correctly, so Leva had to abandon Lena, and Lena had to play decoy. I understand, and if there's really danger, even if Leva's alone, she will come and save me. It's a doll hidden in the dark who harmed you in the Underground Research Institute. When we meet again, I'm gonna show her some colors. Not sure where colors come from. I'm pretty sure that's a different word. Lena leaned against Leva's shoulder and made a small lion-like movement towards the air. Then I wait for Lena to avenge me. Leave it to me. I love you the most. Showed him the stars. Lena rubbed around Leva's neck, happily, coquettishly. Alright, if you continue like this, others will laugh at you. Right, Rebella? Leva suddenly looked at Rebella sitting across from her, and I suspected she was quietly staring over there. The lines of sight meet, and Rebella looks out the window unnaturally. Alvo took over the topic. Leva, I remember Kalina mentioned that some PMC troops and the rail troops in the Purification Zone have been seconded back. Is the impact still serious? Yeah, after all, that day, Congressman Zimmerman's handkerchief had to be wiped clean. In the parliamentary room, Zimmerman wiped the thin sweat off his forehead. Of course, he's always sweating. Put the handkerchief back in his pocket, lit at Kalina sitting next to him. Ferdinand, Leva, and the team once again take on security duties. Miss Kalina, the NAMFA is willing to dispatch troops to assist the state government in quelling the unrest. Thank you so much. Mr. Congressman, there is no need to be polite. We have established a good cooperative relationship with ODA 30, and NAMFA will not ignore the safety of residents. I personally understand that Mr. Counselor has been working hard to qualify the false accusations against my subordinates before. You actively facilitated the relationship and urged relevant personnel to collect evidence. I am very grateful for your trust. I am also very grateful to Major Ferdinand, who has been following up on this matter, helping to collect evidence and conduct an investigation, as well as the members of the Special Operations Department. My subordinates were also able to clear the suspicion thanks to everyone's help. Gelin kindly looked towards Ferdinand, who nodded and lowered his eyelids. Lowered his eyelids. That's an interesting sign. An interesting gesture there. You're being too harsh. That's the lowest level trap that anyone with discerning eyes can see. But we haven't been able to find the mastermind behind your framing yet. And now there's no manpower left to investigate the surveillance of ODE-22 light rail station. By the way, it says here you're being too harsh, but I think it's saying you're being too generous. Thank you again for your trust. The truth will eventually come to light, so let's focus on resolving the issue of the Gerard mechanical riot. In addition, the Underground Research Institute discovered by my subordinates, although the explosion may have destroyed all the evidence, I still hope that Mr. Counselor can urge security personnel to conduct a thorough search in the future. Of course. Alas, looking back now, the former Chief's caution against Gerard's radical development was not unreasonable. The large-scale mechanical loss of control this time has caused great anxiety among residents who have been relying on the Gerard's products and technology for their daily lives. This emotion takes some time to dissipate. Indeed, this was reflected in yesterday's latest election poll results. The approval rating for Cousin Rurik has decreased. And your steady attitude demonstrated in the public speeches has provided citizens with a sense of security during the special period. Your efforts to restore peace in Oder, I'm assuming that's Odessa, will also be remembered by the citizens. Zimmerman paused for a moment when he heard Gelin mention her candidacy, or his candidacy. Under the pressure of the public opinion and reality, candidates strongly demand a postponement of the voting time for a temporary chief executive. The things I did after the turmoil subsided, the people would soon forget. Candidates. Zimmerman, who understood Gelina's implied meaning, did not respond and just smiled helplessly. But it's also good that I can temporarily put aside some worries, and focus all my energies on dealing with the mechanical loss of control. I would like to express my personal gratitude once again to the NAMFA for their support. Miss Gelin and your subordinates have been in turmoil since arriving at ODE 30, and I apologize for not being able to ensure your safety. You're welcome, Mr. Counselor, and Lieutenant Colonel Ferdinand has already provided us with a lot of support. However, although the NAMFA has some combat forces under its jurisdiction, its main responsibility is still in management, and there are not many direct combat units that can be deployed in nearby areas. Well, I have proposed to temporarily borrow some rail troops from the surrounding purification zone to provide support, but the impact of Gerard's machinery has already affected the purification zone, and the rail troops still need to advance the existing purification tasks at the same time. the reinforcements that can be sent are probably very limited. Therefore, I have one more heartfelt request.
どうぞ。
Please go ahead. I hope that the Namfa can join forces with the government of the state of ODE 30 to call on the P in ODE 30 region. Oh, the ODE 30 PMC. Provide support for the suppression of the current unrest and assist in addressing the follow-up issues caused by mechanical loss of the control.
つまり PMC 奨励政策を
The Senator's intention is to introduce a policy targeting PMC incentive policy? Exactly so. The mighty
局
P.
長と相談します。
I will discuss this matter with the director, but the NAMFA can only launch a call and cooperate with the government of
決定権は各
ODE 30 to provide certain reward measures. The decision-making power still lies with the PMC.
カリーナさんの指示を取り付ける意図を隠そうともしませんでした。
Congressman Zimmerman's attitude of the seeking support from Kalina is even more evident this time.
PMC 優遇も防衛軍の出動も
Yeah,
大きな
motivate PMC second to the rail army. There will be no small movements. If we launch a call with NAMFA, it will put the cooperation between the two sides on the surface.
中政府にこれ以上代価を支払う
Congressman Zimmerman's actions on the basis that the government of the state of Oderby will not pay any more costs have also been given himself a boost.
やっぱり主席を狙ってるじゃん。
So he really hopes to be elected as a chief?
当然じゃない。政治家に
Of course. How could there be politicians willing to run with them in the world?
じゃあいいように利用されてるだけだよ。
Is Sister Kalina being used by him like this?
利害が一致しているなら協力するまで。
Mutual benefit, each taking what they need.
カリンの
Hey,
立
Lantran.
場的にはリューリック議員が政権を握った
From Kalina's perspective, if the power of ODE 30 really falls into the hands of Rurik, it will be even more troublesome.
でもチマーマン議員の言うと
However, as Zimmerman
今は
said,
まだリューリック議員に
the current situation is not enough to break Rurik's absolute advantage in the election. He still needs to work harder.
政治って複雑。
Well, politics is so complicated. They didn't make up. They just had a heart-to-heart.
余計なことは考えなくていいの。
Don't think about unnecessary things for now. We just need to continue following the orders of NAMFA, quell the turmoil as soon as possible, and resume the previous investigation mission against illegal arms groups.
でも再開した頃にはおそらく
I'm afraid that by the time we can launch another investigation, the evidence has already been completely destroyed by the Gerard group.
あの時プロトタイプを徹底的に倒す
If only the prototype had only been completely defeated at that time, perhaps the evidence in the computer room could have been preserved.
あの状況じゃしょうがないわ。
In that situation, no one can stop it. Please don't blame yourself too much, especially since you have been protecting my body.
はい
Right.
あそこで私が破壊されてたら
If my body is damaged before then, I won't be able to ultimately regain access to the security system.
そうなるとあなたたち3人が
In that case, even if Rebella, Sop, and Alva defeat the third generation prototype, it may still self-destruct at the last minute, and we will all be destroyed in the Underground Research Institute. All relevant mental records would also be lost.
あなたの私に対する価値判断は
Rebella's evaluation of my value is very reasonable.
価値判断
Value assessment?
そう何か問題でも
Is there a problem?
そんなことであなたを助けたわけじゃ
I have not conducted any value assessment, and even if you do not have outstanding electronic warfare capabilities, I will not allow you to die.
そっかこんなこと言う
Well,
部分じゃ
although it may sound a bit unwise, I hope that next time when you make a choice,
してほしいな
you can reasonably evaluate the pros and cons and issues.
あなただったら違う決断をした
Are you saying that if you were me, your judgment would be different?
さあね
It depends.
リーバ
Leva.
どうしたのいきなりリバ姉は助
Whoa, suddenly we are started arguing? Leva, thank you so much for protecting her before.
それとこれとは別です。
I know, but it's not the same thing. Seeing Rebella's persistence, Lena was a bit at a loss, while Alba beside her remained silent with an unclear attitude.
家庭と基準が微妙に違うけど、
There are subtle differences between the process adjustment and the benchmark, but based on the situation at the time, our results were the same, and we don't have time to argue too much now.
さっき乗務員が前の車両に入っていった。
I just saw that the train attendant has already entered the previous carriage. Rebella, go call Sop back quickly. If the train attendant sees her trying to remove the window and stick her head out, it would be terrible. Why are you such a dog, Sop?
わかりました。
Right. Rebella stood up and left, but her expression remained stiff. Lena looked anxiously between her and Leva.
大丈夫。同じことが起きなけ
It'll
れば
be fine.
何も問題ない。
As long as similar situations do not occur again, there'll be no problem. At the same time, Ferdinand, who entered the independent carriage, hesitated for a moment after ending the reporting communication, entered another communication number, and restricted the communication mode to voice. After a moment, the communication is connected. Ooh, that's a lot of text. The non-pub in the Public Security Management Department has been fully cooperating to solve the problem of mechanical loss of control recently. Congressman Zimmerman was busy receiving the rail army officers leading the team from the vacation zone. They keep jumping names. It's like Fyodor, Ferdinand, Beatty. Thank you, Major, for providing the information. However, I hope you can still communicate at the time we agreed upon next time. It's better to keep in touch through email or text messages on a regular basis. Colonel, do you have anything else to do? What is the relationship between the Underground Research Institute located in ODE-04, located by Leva and her team, and you? Underground Research Institute? This is the first time I've heard of it. Although there is no concrete evidence, the NAMPA is still vaguely pointing out the connection between the Underground Research Institute and this mechanical turmoil. I hope to know the truth. The truth is that the Gerard group knows nothing about this, and Colonel Ferdinand should have investigated too, right? That piece of land and all the industries there do not have a subordinate relationship with Gerard. But the NAMPA claimed that there were highly lethal illegal armed groups inside the Research Institute, and the internal server damage and Gerard mechanical loss of control occurred almost simultaneously. Do you still want to say it's a coincidence? Gerard, this is not the first time she has appeared in such a coincidence. Indeed, it may not be a coincidence. Gerard, this is a joke about Odessa. No, Lieutenant, you misunderstood. In fact, based on recent technical investigations, it is highly likely that the mechanical loss of control in Gerard was caused by human error. Our technicians have found traces of intrusion on our data center servers. If the Underground Research Institute is indeed used to study highly lethal illegal armed forces, as the Major said, the possibility of someone targeting the Gerard group is even higher. Upon closer inspection, it is possible that the Research Institute may intentionally park some machines manufactured by Gerard. That place has been completely destroyed. It's difficult to find any clues. Unfortunately, if there is evidence to suggest that these two things are indeed related, then someone must have deliberately intervened in Gerard's development. No, it's very likely that he wants to obstruct the election of Chairman Rurik. If Chairman Rurik finds out that the accident that occurred throughout the entire state of Odessa was only intended to affect his political career, his headache will definitely worsen. Upon hearing Rurik's name, Ferdinand's attitude slightly softened. This is just speculation, and there is currently insufficient evidence to prove a correlation between the two. The chairman would be very grateful if he knew that the Major was thinking of him. Previously, he often said that there were loopholes in the management and technology of the Girard Group, thanks to the Lieutenant Colonel's consideration of old relationships and often being lenient. Otherwise, he might not have even have the qualification to run for interim chief. Legislator Rurik has indeed shown me kindness. I insisted in handling some matters out of recognition for the Girard Group's help in the development of Odessa, but the prerequisite is that you must know what you can do. I will not assist you in any actions that are detrimental to the long-term development of Odessa. Around I thought, I wonder what SS is doing right now. They're probably chilling, or they're chilling in their grave. I'm sorry, my statement was incorrect. The chairman is pleased to be able to sponsor talents like the Lieutenant Colonel to complete their studies, and hopes that in the future, the security and development of Odessa can have the power of the Lieutenant Colonel. Girard Group and its chairman will continue to support you unconditionally. Right. Since the Girard Group has nothing to do with highly lethal illegal arms groups, there is no direct conflict between you and Namfa. Do I need to intervene with them again in the future? Previously, I assist you in making some things difficult for Councillor Kalina, one after another. She should have already noticed. Chilling Cuba. If possible, I still hope the Major can temporarily maintain the original plan. The misunderstanding between the Namfa and the Girard Group has not been resolved yet, and there may still be illegal elements who want to target the Girard Group. The chairman does not want the relationship between the two sides to continue to deteriorate. In the short term, I hope you can slightly restrain their investigation to avoid being maliciously instigated by malicious individuals. I don't think this can dispel misunderstandings. It is indeed a stopgap measure, but currently it is a critical period, and the Girard Group has been attacked from both sides. Major probably doesn't want to see the chairman's election fail, now does he? Once all the dust settles, the chairman will personally give an explanation to the Namfa. Hi. That's great. Please keep in touch afterwards, Major Ferdinand. Communication ends. Ferdinand did not immediately return to the carriage. He looked out the window, and the first thing that caught his eye was the lush greenery of the native green area, followed by the steel city that was obscured by it. This is Odessa, his hometown. It is one of the few safe zones that humans have fought for with their treacherous vitality and highly developed technological civilizations after several atomic bombings. Compared to the polluted area in the image, it is comfortable and developed, and this strength cannot be achieved without the contributions of the Girard Group. It is the pride and future of Odessa. It is like a giant umbrella shielding Odessa from the wind and rain, and like a sail propelling Odessa forward. Even if it is contaminated with some dust, it doesn't matter, and no one should take it off. In this world, nothing is absolutely pure. Pursuing collective prosperity certainly requires individual sacrifices. I cannot pursue the general public's understanding of these, but I can understand them. Ferdinand thought so and put away the terminal. The rail train travels at high speed, and the carriages wrapped in steel and soundproof glass are very quiet and safe, so much so that there is no sound that can tell them true or false. Be quiet! 416. For some reason, I kept thinking 416 and not Kukai. Wow, that's really weird. So, learned a little bit more about the traitor. Or the spy. Also, it's me, but Cocoon's actual face reminds you very much of Gross for some reason. Maybe it's a color scheme. I honestly don't really see the difference. Or I don't see the similarities, I should say. They're both hot. That's similar. That was just stage one. Yeah. Yeah, face to face. It's basically what you're used to, right? But I've been saying their Curse Online 1 names for years, so there is that. In the office of Gerard Group, Rurik sits back in a chair, rubbing his temple with one hand. The heavy wooden door was not, and Rurik restrained his fatigue, but his face was still shrouded in gloom. Come in. Cocoon walked in leisurely and closed the door again. I have compiled the closing price of the stock market today and sent it to you. Just say the result. I don't have time to watch. This is downward trend. No! That's basically what he did. Rurik punched the table. The opinion of the board and the directors is to delay the issuance of new shares and wait until the average prices rises slightly before proceeding. Look at that boob window, yeah. Delay? What delay? Don't useless members of the board of the directors know how much penalty and compensation they had to pay for trouble caused by a mechanical runaway? Rurik's chest was heaving violently, and he could no longer suppress his anger. He grabbed the ashtray next to him and threw it fiercely towards Cocoon. The ashtray hit Cocoon's shoulder, and Cocoon caught it in time. She approached silently and put the ashtray back in its original position. At least the election has been temporarily suspended. As long as we actively cooperate with the government's actions and appease the residents, the stock price will rise back when order is restored in Odessa. The support rates that left you will also come back. Easy for you to say. How to reply to what was said in the cycle meeting. Is that Cocoon? Yes, this is Cocoon. At present, there has been no response. Although some families have verbally agreed to assist, there has been no major market maker appearing in the secondary market yet. Some of the promised contracts have not been formally submitted. In addition, there are also some families that happen to have no working capital left. These scoundrels! Is the lullaby no longer playing? Gerard has a problem. Don't let any of them run away. No, it will never give up its layout in Odessa, and the lullaby plan can definitely continue to be implemented. Don't be too impatient, sir. Truly a moment of evil, why hot? Yeah. After the situation subsides, it is necessary to remind them of whose future core profits points and technological capabilities are in their hands.
い知るでしょう。
Right. I think they'll understand. Rurik calms his emotions and looks back at Cocoon.
セシとの代表につなげ、今すぐにだ。
Please help me contact representatives from Sanofi and Faben now.
かしこまりました。
Okay, please wait a moment. Hey, evil is a perspective thing, yeah. Honestly, I think she's going to fall into the same situation as RPK, where she is going to be evil, but she's too hot, so we will still simp for her. Cocoon skillfully enters the string of communication numbers, and after a moment, successfully connected. Hello, Mr. Rurik.
回りくどい挨拶はなしだ。
If you're polite, save it. Have you prepared the funds? I will never sim for RPK. Well, you're stronger than a lot of people. I'll put it that way, Londran. Sanofi and Faben only purchased a batch of experimental equipment and materials a month ago to assist Parodies in dealing with recent issues. At present, the available working capital may not be able to meet your needs.
言い訳はいい。こうしてお前ごときが私と喋れるのはなぜだと思ってい
I'm
る。
gonna kind of simp for Gian. See, Gian's like, it's a theory that DBZ, that Gian is evil. That's an assumption right now. We don't know for sure. She probably is evil, but we don't have proof yet, so there's hope. I don't want to hear excuses. Don't forget what makes you qualified to have a direct conversation with me. Mr. Rurik is an experienced operator and should have a better understanding of the operation of the group than I do.
ジラードに秘書を呼び戻されて、帳簿の付け方も忘れたようだな。
In my opinion, it was your secretary who was transferred back to Gerard, making it difficult for you to even understand the basic accounts, right? Rurik looked at Cocoon with a hint of meaning.
手段は問わん。誓い
I don't care what method you use. You must provide the funds I need in the near future. Otherwise, Sanofi and Faben will lose everything they have given. We are unable to provide working capital, but our group has some fixed assets and real estate that can meet your needs to a certain extent, although they are not located in Odessa.
どこでもいい。
Doesn't matter where you are. Okay, I will arrange to transfer them into Gerard's name as a gift. Alone forever.
バカが。我々の関係を暴露するつもりか。
Funny shit they could do is that Cocoon's RPK. But would you accept that? That is the question. Would the RPK lovers actually accept that? Stupid. Do you want the relationship between Gerard and you to be exposed? I think my secretary can handle it properly. Upon hearing the mysterious person's command, Cocoon smiled and nodded.
資産の売買は私にお任せください。
I will also assist in completing the asset sale. Please rest assured. Make it more dough. Damn.
足がつかぬまで手早くな。
Hurry up and clean up a bit. Understood. Then, Rurik rudely ended the communication.
さっさと売っ払って資金を回収しろ。
Urgent transfer as soon as possible, then sell and recover cash flow.
はい。
This stays still forever. Cocoon has a lot of RPK energy. You think she does? I don't think it's quite there. RPK was much more eccentric. That's an interesting asset glitch. Here, they're wounded here. Come quickly. The scene of the accident was in chaos, with multiple ambulances parked on the roadside. Ambulance personnel and security personnel shuttled between the vehicles that had collided, dragging out one injured person after another. You simply just coping. Moans, cries for help. Pain soaked the entire street. Blood and gasoline soaked the asphalt pavement together, but people had no time to pay attention. Medical staff, transport the injured as soon as possible. The fire brigade remains on standby. Pay attention to the open flames. In the communication channel, Ferdinand calmly commanded the on-site rescue. Viva leads the dolls back on the mission. Colonel Ferdinand, the intersections in the east and the south directions have been sealed off, and residents and pedestrians have been cleared first. Trying to understand the Great Patrol. Yeah, RBK is rough. And you know what? Is just to go on RPK for a moment. It's really interesting that it went that route, because one is a gacha game, and that's a pretty big deal to make a previously playable character evil, because that kind of makes their popularity go down from what previous tests have shown. People usually don't like playing as villains for some reason, but the big thing here that really got to most people is that RPK, you can marry RPK, you can oath RPK. So those particular commanders who oath RPK and then they had to play through that portion, yeah, that was rough on them. That was basically as big of a deal as Himiko dying and Honkai Impact 3rd. Okay. I will continue to handle intersections of the west and north directions with my dolls.
Yeah.
That's what you're telling me. You gotta make evil characters hot as fuck, basically. No need. Report. Before Ferdinand could finish speaking, he saw a middle-aged man with a sturdy figure running from a distance. He exaggeratedly waved his thick arms, with the fat on his belly faintly visible, and the surrounding noise couldn't cover up his loud voice. The man ran to Ferdinand's face and stood there, paying a military salute with extreme standards. However, his panting appearance and greasy head made him appear somewhat comical. Doesn't look fat. He looks kind of built. Doesn't look fat at all. We suffer worse torture, Commander or Ange? I mean, they're both pretty bad. I mean, Commander got so fucked up that he lost teeth. The thing is, though, is that the Commander had the ability to rest after that happened. Like, he had like a month, I want to say, like a month-long rest. Our torture is still ongoing. I don't want to fix her. She's perfect the way she is. I would say just for the aftermath of Angelia not being able to rest, she probably had it worse. Born 1807, Captain Pavel, reporting in. Has the task been completed? Pavel's spit made Ferdinand frown, but he seemed completely unaware and leaned closer after putting down his hand. Reporting to Major. We have sealed the intersection in the west direction. Everyone has been arranged to go to the south, to the safe area. Honestly, he does not look fat at all. I don't know why the text saying he looked fat and greasy. Awaiting further instructions. Eva, take 2 dolls and Captain Pavel to block the northern intersection. Okay, Barbella, Lena, come with me. Zop and Alva, you stay here and assist in treating the wounded. After raising the team members, Eva turned to Pavel and saw the other person's expression of wanting to say hello but not knowing how to speak. Eva, not for personnel. I don't have a military rank, so just call me by my name. Oh. No military, that's still a leader. Upon hearing the origins of the dolls, Pavel's face instantly changed. He fumbled through the pockets and took out a box of cigarettes and flattered her by handing them over. Here, have a smoke. We don't have this habit. Let's just do the task. Yes, following your orders. Leader, please come over here. Pavel ran all the way, clearing the way for the dolls, while exaggeratingly using the terminal to dispatch his team members, putting on a busy and efficient look. Eva, this person is strange. The foreign A team. With this attitude, it seems they are responding to the call for support from the PMC. Army Self. NAMPA is a government agency dedicated to managing them, and it's normal for them to be attentive. Don't worry. Let's go block the intersection first. With the help of Pavel and his team, the road was quickly blocked off. Catching the gap, Pavel leaned in again. Lena awkwardly dodged behind Leva. Have you been exhausted lately? As long as dolls is maintained in a timely manner, I will not feel tired. Alright. Such a big accident happening in the crossroad in the bustling city is really frustrating. Who knows why the traffic lights and suddenly became chaotic, and the security machinery rushed into the motor vehicle lane and ran around. Seeing that the dolls did not respond, Pavel felt a bit embarrassed. He grabbed his slightly bulging beard. He doesn't look fat though. But his mouth didn't stop. ODE-30 has been causing a stir for over a week now, right? Several rows of security gates were broken, and we were startled when we came back the day before yesterday. Did everyone come back specifically from the yellow zone? Yeah, isn't that responding to the call to leaders? Upon receiving a response, Pavel regained his composure. After receiving a notification, our company immediately called back all of the people who could come back. Protecting Odessa. Everyone has responsibility.
あちらの隊員が
Over there, your team member seems to have something to say. What's the matter? Excuse me, you're talking to the leader. He's a little excited. Pavel turned around and blamed the team members waiting on his side. This is not what you asked me to remind you. It's almost time. Leave it to us. You can withdraw first. 4 and 8. Oh, that's the 4 and 8 team members. Okay. They've been switching between the two. It's either Pavel or Pavel. I don't know which one it is. Because gonna pull a backstab with someone. It's probably gonna be Rurik. That's what it's aiming towards right now. It's okay. I just contacted the school teacher and still have time. You don't need to worry. Go see if there's anything else the medical staff can help with. Right. Upon receiving the order, the 4 and 8 team members greeted their teammates and headed to the accident site.
何か予定が
Do you have any other arrangements? No, the child's about to finish school. Oh, he has a kid.
こんな時間に
Oh, early? Oh, it's not that Gerard's equipment is unreliable. It's causing his school to end classes early. However, coincidentally, the route here is only 2 blocks away from the school bus route. I've arranged with the teacher to contact me when we are almost at the station, and I will go directly to the station and pick them up. My wife's workplace is not far from here, and I will be back as soon as I send the child over, or my kid over. See, I thought he's being excitable because he was sniffing for dolls, but no, he might just be an upstanding citizen. Don't worry, leaders. It will never affect the task.
いえここは私たちだけで
You don't need to come back. We'll just stay here. Attention all units, emergency situation. In the communication channel, the voice of the special management personnel interrupted the conversation between the two. Okay. The piercing sound of the whistle came from afar.
何が起こってるんですか
What's going on? Received a report from the security personnel that a large vehicle suddenly lost control 1 kilometer away from the accident site and is currently driving at high speed towards the accident site. If unable to stop, it is expected to arrive at the accident center on the north side street after 6. North or north side? Isn't that our side? Contact the driver. Nothing communication. Special Management Officer Team 3. Everyone, come with me to the north street. After the burst of electric noise, screams, cries, and calls for help from adult males came from the communication channel. Help! Help! The car suddenly switched to autonomous driving and the handbrake didn't work. I can't control it. Stay calm and have everyone in the car fasten their seatbelts. Ferdinand and the special magic personnel quickly arrived on the north side, where Leva and the others were located. Oh no, the Tesla! Driver, share the surveillance footage across the car. Or inside the car. The scene is projected in the front of everyone, and a young woman is seen stumbling inside the car, checking the children's seatbelts. Although the driver was panicked, he still tried to pull the handbrake on and kept honking. The screams of pedestrians came from a distant block. Teacher Olga.
子供があんなに
They're all children.
まずいわね
Excuse me.
リバさんハックできますか
Leva, can you hack it?
さっき試したけどダメ
I tried, but it doesn't work.
そう機械が
It's still the old problem with Gerard's batch of out-of-control machinery.
突破されるわけには
Never allow the car to break through the blockade.
北側街道にいる者に告ぐ
Attention, all units on the north side of the street. Immediately stop the vehicle in front of the blockade line. Sniper ready. Once the out of control vehicle enters the range, immediately. No way! Pavel, who had been seen staring at the footage inside the car, suddenly snatched Ferdinand's communication terminal, but was clearly startled by his actions and didn't know where to put his hand holding the terminal. Any old new faces popping up? Not yet.
何をする
Like, what'd you do?
いや考え直してください
What I mean is, Major, please reconsider.
タイヤを打ち抜いた
A car with such high speed, if the tire suddenly bursts with a bullet, it is very likely to overturn.
このまま現場に突っ込まれたら連鎖
It will definitely cause a chain explosion that rushes into the accident center, and everyone in the surrounding area will be affected. I command you, give me the terminal.
命令だ子供が大勢乗ってるんですよ
That's a school bus with children.
減速帯
You had to think of the other ways. Can speed bumps or anything else be used?
放送する時間がない
The speed's too fast. There's not enough time. We can't finish laying them. Now, the fastest way to make a large vehicle lose control and brake urgently is to have the tire blow out directly. Pavel still wanted to argue, but Ferdinand obviously lost patience and brought over his subordinate's communication terminal.
スナイパー暴走車両
Sniper, once a large vehicle loses control, A heavy fist slammed into Ferdinand's face, and the communication terminal also fell far away.
貴様
The fuck? People suddenly grabbed Ferdinand's collar and roared, spitting over Ferdinand's face. You go, Mario.
うるせえごちゃごちゃとへりくつこね
What are you doing? You? Don't nitpick me about your bullshit theories.
あれには子供がたく
You heard me clearly. That's a school bus. It's not what you said. Big car.
暴れるのは後にしろ
Like, we can argue after this. Ferdinand tried to break free from Pavel, but during the scuffle, the two fell to the ground. Ferdinand, whose always been indifferent, no longer cared about his image and loudly ordered his subordinates.
何ぼーっとしてるさっさと動け
What are you staring at? Act according to the orders. Sniper, prepare for a tire blowout. The special management personnel who reacted immediately took action, and two more people walked over to lift the cursing Pavel away.
てめえらおい
You bastards! Stop it!
待ってください
Wait a minute. Suddenly, a jeep stopped in front of everyone, and Rebella poked her head out of the driver's seat.
私に考えがあります2分くださ
I
い
have a way to slow down the school bus. Give me 2 minutes. Ferdinand looks at Leva.
私の隊員なんだから1分で
1 minute. My team can do it. What if the major shoots after 1 minute?
いいでしょう
Fine. Just 1 minute.
リバレナ減速帯を
Leva, Lena, help me lay speed bumps. Install it on the sidewalk.
オッケー行ってらっしゃいロベラ
Okay, Rebella. Don't worry. Go ahead.
運転手に伝えろ乗客は
Notify the driver to prepare all passengers for the impact.
救急車と消防車を回せ
Ambulance ready. Fire truck ready. Ferdinand picks up the communication terminal. Taking advantage of Ferdinand's command, Pavel broke free from his restraints and jumped onto the passenger seat.
ロベラさん俺も一緒に連れてってくれ
I'll go too. Take me there, Miss Rebella.
はい
See, this guy still doesn't look fat. Why are you saying he has a beer belly? He just doesn't. In fact, he looks kind of tough, not gonna lie. Rebella stepped onto the gas and the jeep quickly rushed out, soon seeing the speeding school bus. In just an instant, the jeep passed by the school bus. With the sharp noise of tire friction, the Jeep quickly turned around and kept pace with the school bus as Rebella hit the wheel. A GTA mission. Hurry up! Rebella slammed into the accelerator again while turning the steering wheel, and the Jeep crashed into the front of the school bus from the side with a loud bang. The direction of the school bus travel has slightly deviated. Come again? With another loud bang, the school bus shook a few times, deviated from the direction and headed towards the sidewalk. However, despite tilting its body, it still hadn't come to a complete stop. The 1 minute deadline is approaching. I'll do it. 3, 2, 1, step on the gas. Pavel reached out and grabbed the steering wheel, helping Rebella to turn the wheels together. The Jeep hit the front side of the school bus again fiercely. Don't release the accelerator! With Pavel's assistance, the Jeep and the school bus bodies fiercely rubbed against each other, forcing the school bus to drive completely onto the sidewalk. The school bus crashed fiercely into a row of small stalls on the roadside, with piled up goods stuck on the front of or dragged behind the tires. The speeding school bus finally slowed down. Taking advantage of the time difference, Viva and the others quickly installed speed bumps on the sidewalk, and under the command of Ferdinand, the special management stopped all vehicles horizontally in front of the blockade fence. Stop his mother! Why'd you say Barville now? That's funny. Pronunciation's funny sometimes. The nail of the speed bump pierced into the tire, causing the school bus to slow down further but not completely stop. Rebella, you guys retreat. All unrelated personnel, disperse. Sniper, adjust position. Aim for the rear tire. No firing without orders. The school bus crashed into the first row of vehicles. Second row. Third row. The school bus crashes the vehicles away from it and continues driving. Ferdinand stared at the school bus continuously, decreasing speed, with a serious expression. Finally, fire! The bullet hit the rear wheel of the school bus, causing the tire to deflate and crack quickly. The metal wheel hub was exposed, sparking on the road surface. When the school bus collided with the last row of vehicles, it finally came to a stop. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Fire engine! Following Fernand's orders, the fire truck quickly surrounded the school bus and quickly extinguished the ignition points. Alina! Pavel quickly rushed to the school bus and helped the paramedics pry open the deformed car door. The car door opened and the cries of children were completely heard. Alina, where are you? Dad is here to save you. Papa! Pavel followed the sound and saw the little girl stuck in the seat. Dad, I'm afraid. The driver and young teacher have fallen into a coma. The little girl was looking at herself with teary eyes, but her arms were firmly protecting a smaller child beside her. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Dad is here. Dad is here. Pavel quickly smashed the car window and handed her and the girl next to her over to Rebella, who was picking her up outside the car. A certified family man. Miss Rebella, please help me take care of her. Got it. Yeah, same here. I love dads in media. After assisting the paramedics in escorting all the passengers out of the car, Pavel jumped out of the car and looked around to find the figures of Rebella and Alina. Rebella is holding Alina and standing on the sidewalk. Alina's injuries are not serious, and medical staff have already prepared emergency treatment for her. Alina quickly waved her hand when she saw Pavel come out. Commanders must assure the safety of Pavel and his family. I mean, he made a good impression. For sure. He's much more agreeable than Dmitri. Pavel quickly ran over and picked Alina up from Rebella's hands, carefully examining her. After confirming that everything was okay, he hugged her tightly. Thank goodness. With a sigh of relief, Pavel sat on the roadside with his daughter in his arms because of his weak legs. Don't worry, your daughter's condition is not serious. Thank you, Miss Rebella. No need. The doctor still suggested sending you to the hospital for further examination, but Alina is worried about you and has been insisting on not getting into the ambulance. This child, now that Dad is okay, he will immediately go to the hospital later. Do you understand? Ah! Come on, Lena. Thank you, Mr. Bella. Oh, thank you, sister. No need for thanks. It was your father who saved everyone. Dad has always been a great hero. Oh, I like this. I like when he's going to die too. Like, man, all the death flags are showing up. Is like, come on, is that type of story? He's going to die. Have you always been a great hero? The child's talking nonsense, Mr. Bella. Don't mind. Don't jinx us. Not really. Mom said it. Dad is fighting to protect our homes and defend the country. Unable to get around the topic, Pavel scratched his head awkwardly. I don't think Pavel won't die. I think he will. We'll see what happens, though. I hope he doesn't. But I'm not optimistic, I'll say that. He has protagonist energy. I think it'd be fun if you got like every death flag but lives. Yeah. It's only happened once, and that was in a video game that I played. I think it was Star Ocean, actually. I used to serve in the military before. In the Neo-Soviet Army. Oh, he's a Neo-Soviet. Interesting. My wife and I also met while marching. Okay. Star Ocean 5. I was lucky that I didn't die during during the war. Later, I brought my wife and Alina's sister to the vicinity of Odessa and had some savings before giving birth to Alina again. It's not easy to raise two children in the green zone. Is PMC's income so good? The danger factor of the school bus was completely eliminated, and Leva walked over. Pavel immediately changed back to his smooth appearance. He wanted to stand up, but his feet softened and he fell back down. Oh, don't misunderstand, leader. Our company operates with integrity, and our boss has no bad records at all. Super as a PMC soldier? Yeah. That's okay. We're just non-staff figures and not responsible for auditing. Well, we were just asking. Also, you can address us by name. Isn't it the Helena twins? So far, no. Looking left and right, Pavel breathed a sigh of relief. This could have been the commander in a different timeline. Oh, you guys really like him. Ah, you like Big Dad, huh? Ah, luckily I'm back. I'm not at ease with my wife and children living here on our own. I thought I could make money lying down, but when I came over I found out that the green zone was in chaos like this. But at least it's better than dealing with monsters and bandits in the yellow zone. Isn't your wife worried about your usual job being so dangerous? Of course I'm worried, but is there any way? I just need a bit more money. Moreover, if it weren't for my previous experience fighting in polluted areas, I might not have been able to get this job. I really envy working for the government. Pavel looked at the special mansion personnel. Ferdinand was directing them to remove the damaged vehicles. Having attended school, I don't often curse dirty words when I get angry. Even if I'm covered in dirt, the uniform still looks beautiful. Why don't you continue to stay in the military? That's also helping the government. Well, Mr. Bello works in the green zone most of the time, right? Recently, yes. Have you seen the Rail Corps? It's just... Pavel looked around and lowered his voice. What remains after the collapse of the hardliners in the new Soviet Union? After they were reorganized into the Rail Army, they had very little contact. That's right. They're not as destitute as those of us private armed individuals like the Mansion Office. They're all defending their country, and those who go to war when they should be studying have not benefited much. You think it's unfair? Yeah, it's about Dmitri, yeah. Or Dmitri's army. Who got super fucked up. They got treated very, very poorly. Which is why he's like, nah, I don't want to be in the military. That's basically what he's saying. That's not true. Who would have thought it would turn out like this back then? I hope that everyone will never go back to war again in a lifetime. Hey, leader. I mean, Miss Leva. Is your relationship with the Major okay? It can be considered normal. Can you help me with something? Take me over and say a few words just now. Although I don't think the Major will mind I had time to deal with you. Let's go. Pavel and Leva walk up to Ferdinand. Colonel Ferdinand, may I take up some of your time? Yes? Some life flags. Ferdinand still has that cold expression. Lieutenant, I'm sorry just now. The child in the car is in the car and anxious. You, Pavel grouped around again and pulled out a crumpled cigarette case. Don't be angry. You want a cigarette? No need, but if the same situation occurs again, I will prosecute you for obstructing official duties. No, I promise not to. Hey, it's all the fire Gerard, this garbage group. Without them, oh god. Without them, the state of Odessa wouldn't be like this, and Lieutenant wouldn't have to work so hard. This was just an accident. Huh? The prosperity and peace of the Odessa are inseparable from the contributions made by Gerard. Upon hearing Ferdinand's defense, Pavel's face turned unpleasant again, but ultimately suppressed his anger. Who is the key to peace to Odessa? It's not so easy to explain. I don't know how the Major views peace. For us civilians, peace is about a family being able to live a peaceful life. Do you think it's acceptable now? Of course, everyone has their own opinion. Major, you have read a lot, and your perspective is definitely higher than that of people like us. People who noticed Ferdinand's expression was not good quickly cleared the scene. Major, please don't share my knowledge with me. I will continue to assist the security management department with my team members and obey orders without hesitation. We will hand it over to the security department for handling. Your work for today has already ended. Ferdinand glanced to Alina. You go ahead. Some other arrangements will be announced later. Okay, thank you, sir. Come on, Lena. Say goodbye to your brother. Oh, brother, you have a stinky face. Praising the annoying Gerard. Brother also... Oh, the other side's right. Let's go, Lena. That'll take you further. That's so funny. He's like, you're shit. People no longer care about dignity. Covered Lena's mouth, picked her up, and nodded at everyone and ran away in a flash. Mr. Pavel is a retired soldier of the Neo-Soviet Union. He managed to survive the war, and his experience is different from that of a major. Little kids are awesome. Are you trying to say that I haven't been involved in the war, so that I don't understand what he's saying? What Rebella meant was that the rules were different before and now, and he advised the major not to pay attention to Pavel's words. I didn't care. Our follow-up tasks have also been announced. Tonight at 7, we will take the rail train at the next satellite city. Okay. It seems that it will take some time for Odessa to restore order. Rebella, let's go find Sop and the others. Okay. Little kids are awesome, yeah. I hit the wrong button. Pretty sure I hit the wrong button. Yeah, I did. Oh, I can grab a drink. No cutscenes? Interesting. I've never seen the first game. Honestly, I think we spent a fair amount of time with the NSU. Like, I personally didn't really see the NSU as like these big bad people. It's really just General Carter that was the big bad. Everyone else was fighting with a sense of honor and pride. But it is good that they are characterizing our old enemies more. I mean, Carter was essentially going to blow up the Earth with relics, so yeah, he definitely fits extremist, but he was like the most extreme of the extremists. A few days later, confirm our environmental safety. Kalina connects to the communication, and the dolls appear in front of the camera. Kalina, not time no see. Has it been a long time? I've only been away from Odessa for less than a half a month. But I just feel like it's been a long time. I miss Kalina. Carter should have stolen the nuke. You must have been so happy with Leva that you forgot about me a long time ago. Oh, not at all. I'm just teasing you. After this period of emergency handling, the chaos in Odessa has basically subsided. I just received news that the security level in Odessa has returned to safe range. Thank you all for your hard work. Congratulations. But in fact, it goes without saying that the Girard group has already eagerly arranged for the special report to be broadcasted on Odessa current affairs. Family, did you know about this message from Rurik very quickly? Not only fast, but also precise. Being able to arrange for the media to report the news in a timely manner ensures that they receive it earlier, which is not something that ordinary legislator can do. Someone is passing on the message to Rurik. It'd be Gandhi from the Civilization games. I know that reference. So if you guys don't know, the joke is that Gandhi in Civilization, he's a pacifist, right? But there's a glitch in the game. I forgot what it's called. I think it's called a wrapping. But you can put them in the negatives, and that negatives will just reverse to positive, and so that makes him get maximum hostility. So he can just get like all of the war weapons super fast and just kill everyone. Yeah. Is Aura still alive? Yeah. Yes, S is called Overflow. Yeah. It must be that guy, the major who exudes a bureaucratic aura. Or accurate gun. If he's an insider of Rurik, then his attitude is a bit strange. What's strange about it? Every time we have a slight disturbance, Rurik knows. There are some things that only we, him, and Zimmerman know. But as you said, doesn't Zimmerman want to compete with Rurik? You can't compete while leaking information to him, right? Does Rebella mean that the ability and status of Colonel Ferdinand can be more forceful and thorough? Yes, let's not talk about it. The mechanical loss of control. We have been accused multiple times, and the main investigators are Ferdinand and his special management office. If we want to completely eliminate the NAMPA, we can create more unfavorable evidence. But he is indeed causing trouble in it. It is not something that a small security department can easily let go of these illegal armed machinery. When we were wrongly identified, was he also delaying the progress of the processing? Moreover, Gerard has been rampant in Odessa for many years, and I don't believe they have always been flawless. I know, but maybe he's hesitating. I don't think as a native of the Odessa, he would hesitate to support Gerard, would he? The citizens who marched before, after the crisis passed and received good compensation, have gradually calmed down and gone their separate ways. But perhaps it's because from the Odessa that he's doing this. That's so. Based on our previous contact of Colonel Ferdinand, the conclusion drawn by me and Rebella is consistent. Colonel Ferdinand does not have an absolute hostile attitude towards us, but it should be him who informed the Gerard group of our movements. At this stage, we need to remain vigilant. Right. Besides, there's something else that has been bothering me lately. What's up? Well, actually, I was quite surprised. While organizing the information of the recently seconded personnel, I found that the incident rate of ELID has increased. What's the PMC, people? Because there has been more commissions involving polluted areas recently. No, there are also rail armies. Is the statistical data reliable? Could it be due to security check errors? Currently unable to verify. Curiously, due to loss of control of the Gerard mechanism, the number of gates that could operate normally was very small, and a large amount of inspection statistics and tracking work were manually processed, making it difficult to trace back. So, what do you want to do next, Gelin? On one hand, the credibility of the data is questionable. On the other hand, rashly announcing this news may once again plunge the recently quelled turmoil in Odessa into chaos. After discussion, the state government has decided to treat these patients with ELID will be centrally treated at ODE-07, a satellite city located near the sea. Eva, I hope you can lead the dolls to investigate. Colonel Ferdinand will accompany you. This place takes place before Oblivion, right? I am not entirely sure, honestly. I don't think they pointed out a point of reference just yet. This Gelin is probably not Gelin's idea, right? But it's hard to refuse. Moreover, this may be an opportunity for Colonel Ferdinand to no longer hesitate. I hope so. We will depart tomorrow. Okay, please. Wait a moment.
どうしました？
What's up?
混乱は収束した。私にも
Since the turmoil has been quelled, I will continue with my mission and will not be with you for the subsequent investigation. We're going to separate again so soon. Alva needs to keep in touch frequently in the future.
連絡先を頻繁に変えるかもしれない。
I may frequently change my communication number. Oh.
アルバを困らせないで。404も
What makes things difficult for Alva? Isn't 404 the same? But we still have contact information internally.
落ち着いたら
After stabilizing, I will tell you the number. Alright then. Let's keep in touch, Alva. Help me say hello to the others.
あなたたちも気をつけて。
Well, you also need to be careful. Don't worry. Cute dolls being cute dolls. Lena being family.
通りすがりの人形よ。覚えておいて。
The Jeep was driving on the Cross Sea Bridge, and Sop, sitting in the back seat, leaned her head against the car window. Oh, sorry, open car window, enjoying the sea breeze contentedly. I love her.
ソップ、中に入って。危ないでしょ。
Stop, come back, you caused a car accident.
せっかくの海だし、好きにさせて。
It's for the cost to see. Let her play. I'll pay attention to the vehicles on the other side. As she spoke, Viva deftly switched lanes and got closer to the sea.
海に近いっていうより、
OD07 is not just by the sea, it's an island as a whole. It's rare to see satellite cities built on islands. Is this place special?
場所なの？運が良かったと言うべきね。
Well, I should say it's luck. This was originally just an ordinary island near Odessa, but it gradually developed after the discovery of phosphate mines. According to the data, underwater oil fields have also been discovered in the waters around the island, attracting more and more investors and job seekers to come to the island. Cargo ships, transport planes, and trucks travel daily between OD07 and other satellite cities. I heard that many of the products needed by OD30 are also directly supplied by OD07 production factory. The coffee machine that exploded in Colonel Ferdinand's office before was also there. No wonder we need to build a cross sea bridge directly connect to the outskirts of ODE30. Well, with this Odessa Bay Bridge, transportation costs can be reduced. Now, if you don't take this bridge, you'll have to take the air route. Moreover, with this bridge, job seekers no longer need to necessarily reside in OD07, and even many indigenous people in the area have been tempted to, by compensation for commercial demolition, to move to more livable satellite cities. The residential area has decreased. The industrial area has increased. So this island should be filled with factories? Yes, most areas of ODE07 are now covered by various factories, mining sites, and warehouses. In the past 2 years, there was also a land reclamation project here, which expanded the usable area by 30%. Wow, it's a super industrial center. Yes, in order to ensure energy supply for developments and daily life, the state government has also established a Selene title solar complementary intelligence power station in the island. It is said that in recent years they have been researching new energy sources, and collapse radiation is one of their research topics. Collapse radiation? That's pretty dangerous. Danger is danger, but if successful, the economy of the entire Odessa will undergo another qualitative leap. The government of Odessa, which holds the core technology, will also have increased say in the United States. Odessa's too radical. Aren't the residents here afraid? It's hard to feel that personal interest that have not been affected. Before this turmoil, didn't the residents also enjoy a convenient life provided by Gerard? Once the incident subsides, people will soon forget about this unpleasant experience. Yeah, the translation might have meant the United Nations. Because because if it's United States, that's a really rare drop. I think that'd be it wouldn't be the first time it come up and goes Frontline proper, but it's ultra rare. Congressman Rurik, who is also aware of this, has been actively demonstrating his sense of responsibility and financial resources recently to regain his reputation. The compensation provided by Gerard to residents far exceeds the usual level. What if OD07 is an industrial city, but as Ravella said, why move the patients here? Are there many hospitals here? I'm afraid we won't know until we arrive. The receptionist is waiting for us at the other end of the bridge. Let's ask more carefully later. I saw you drop that USA video and said psych. I'm afraid OD07 is even worse than we imagined. Ravella leaned against the car window, watching the medical ship slowly pass by on the sea. The vehicle arrived on the other end, and the figures found that the receptionist was already reporting the situation to Ferdinand. Oh my, the midget's face is even worse. Let's go and listen. The dolls came to Ferdinand's side, but he did not stop them. How serious is the situation to this point? Did the safety check for the seconded personnel entering the green zone not done properly? We only received orders to admit patients. Major satellite cities have sent doctors over, including those responsible for clinical examinations. They said that after the personnel they treated returned from the yellow area, they had undergone formal radiation checks and cleaning according to the regulations. Are you going to share the USA fanfiction? I don't know. It'll be a while if I do. And I wouldn't even know how, like, would I narrate it on a video or would I just throw it out there on like Wattpad or something? I don't know. The health condition was also checked at that time, and the data was normal. But most of them developed symptoms a week later, and even 25% of patients have ELID. It's so weird how it's worded this way. 25% of patients have okay, even 25% of patients exceeds the average value deterioration rate of ELID. I don't know, Wattpad, fanfiction.net. I don't know what's used nowadays. I just, usually when I write something, I don't even put it online. I just keep it on my hard drive. So I don't know what people use now. Is this situation common?
いいえ、この規模の発症遅延はこれまで一度だけ突発的な気候変動によるものしかありませんでした。あれから
Not common. Part of this large-scale delayed onset have only occurred once due to sudden weather changes. Since then, key areas of both white and green districts have been covered with collapsed radiation filters. Quick Elite disease course is an isolated case. They're all fine. I don't even know what AO3 is. I only know of Wattpad and fanfiction.net. When I was younger, I used fanfiction.net. The number of patients you provided has exceeded the total number of seconded personnel. Has it been a secondary spread? And don't advertise. After returning to the green zone, these patients joined the foreign aid team to quell the unrest, frequently moving between cities. Recent large-scale mechanical loss of control has also led to a decrease in the coverage of collapsed radiation detection devices. By the time the patient really becomes ill, secondary spread has become a fact. Is there an expected total number of people and a treatment plan? Probably it's like this. The receptionist displays the calculation results to everyone through the device. Oh my god. I understand. Please wait a moment. Ferdinand walked away quickly and connected to the communication. You got the report? No, it won't be on the other side again. It's unlikely to be so blatant. Most likely it's just a conversation with the higher-ups. Coincidentally, let me also report to our boss. Well, I understand. Don't worry. Like I said, we'll see. I at least need to write it first. Eva finished the communication, and Ferdinand happened to come back. Leva, I just consulted with my superiors. Next, this special management personnel will go to the other satellite cities to conduct a thorough investigation of the recently returned personnel from the Yellow Zone. OD07, for now, you and your team members will assist the relevant personnel in maintaining order. At present, all patients have arrived at the various emergency treatment centers of OD07 by air, sea, or land. You only need to provide assistance at the treatment centers. Right, I understand. Here, I'll leave it to you. Keep in contact. After carefully examining each doll, Ferdinand quickly asked the upper and lower parts to leave. Upper and lower parts? You just leave like this? Not staring at us anymore? Not watch us anymore. The situation doesn't allow it, but it's also a good thing to avoid being tied up in the future. Ladies and gentlemen, Gelin has also ordered us to immediately go to the treatment center, provide necessary assistance, and identify the cause of the abnormal onset of the disease. Oh. I like these new loading screens, by the way. I hope these come to global pretty fast. I think they're great. Under the guidance and the reception staff, Eva and her group arrived at the emergency treatment center of ODA-07. This is a treatment point temporarily converted by the vacant warehouse. Medical staff entered and exited, grouping the newly arrived patients according to their disease course and taking them to different areas.
道理で ODE-07 を選んだわけです。
No wonder ODE-07 was chosen. The island itself is a natural isolation site, and the warehouse is also convenient for temporary renovation.
患者の服装からしてほとんどは
Judging from their attire, most of them are PMC members and rail troops, but may soon...
心配するなら後よ。今は手伝いに行きます。
Let's talk about it later if you're worried. First we go help.
ソップとレナは医者と一緒に患者の
Sop and Lena, you two assist medical staff in receiving patients. Rebella, you and I should go over and take a look. Leva pointed to a place that looked like a reception desk, which was a makeshift platform made up of several containers with multiple electronic devices placed on top. The only medical staff behind the reception desk, under the urging of patients, is frantically operating electronic devices.
ここは私たちの出番よ。
Most likely it's time for us to use our professional skills. What's going on? The system just prompted me to come and collect the medicine, and you're saying it's not my turn yet?
少々お待ちください。システムが
Please wait a moment. The system...
俺の退院日わかりますか？
Did you just find the discharge time I just asked about? I feel a little dizzy and I can't stand for land. I can't stand for long.
はい。ただいま調べておりますが、まだ
Ah, the system's checking, but there's no result yet. How much longer do we have to wait? The patient surrounded the poor medical staff, anxiously tapping back and forth on their interface.
がむしゃらに操作しても不具合は治りませんよ。
If you click randomly like this, the malfunction will only worsen. Rebella stops the operation of the medical staff and checks it. Hey, what are you getting involved here? Move aside. Leva grabbed the hand of the PMC member, reaching for Rebella. Where'd you come from again? Don't cause trouble.
なるほどなるほど。非軍事勢力から
You're absolutely right. Sitting us here by Nampha is just adding to the chaos. Leva took out her identification with her other hand. At the top of the document, the logo of the Nampha is very prominent. Nampha? No, I didn't say anything!
そうじゃあ私
Oh?
気間違いね。
That may be because I misheard. Could you please excuse us? Leva easily expelled the disrupted PMC members and circled behind the reception desk.
あらら、基本システムがダウン
Oh my, the system is basically paralyzed.
看護師さん、この医療システム
Nurse, is your back-end medical system also developed by the Rurik group?
よくわかりませんが、
I'm not very sure. I've been using this since I joined the medical staff.
ならセカンダリレベルから様子
It seems that we can only cut into level 2 and see what happens. Let's get to work, Rebella.
戦闘準備完了。
Man, Aro's tits is I gotta say it. She's huge. In fact, I was so distracted I forgot to read her dialogue. Yeah, but it's in 3D now, so it's just even more prominent. I'm pretty sure she does. Her only competition is N4. After a brief investigation of the cause of the malfunction, both Leva and Rebella breathed a sigh of relief. Cham. That is true. Fortunately, it's not the same type of vulnerability that the Gerard machines had previously created. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome. I would challenge that. Yeah, Cocoon's large. Like, well, it seems like there are too many instructions running simultaneously, exceeding the system's capacity limit. Well, work together to solve them. Oh, that's it, huh? Okay. Dude, Nikita's rack is so big, you can sit on them. The bunker chat for now. It's fine. The fault was resolved, and Eva and Rebella cut out of level 2. Take a look. The system should be back to normal now. Thank you. Without time to say more, the medical staff buried their heads back in front of the screen. The PNC member who had just left saw that the doll's task was over and also turned around. Rebella, Leva, we just placed all the newly arrived patients. Lina and Sop squeezed through the crowd. Following behind Leva and Rebella, the four of them gathered around the screen. Vaccination records? This is data that was sorted out when helping to handle system failures just now. Why are you guys looking through this? 602nd personnel did not find any problems during routine checks when entering the green zone. There are likely two situations if they develop illness in the future. Firstly, they did not receive the required vaccination when going to the contaminated area or stationed in the purification area, resulting in insufficient protection and infection. They returned to the green area during the incubation period and later developed the disease. Secondly, when they went to the contaminated area or stationed in the purification zone, they received the vaccine normally and did not get infected. However, upon returning to the green zone, they came into contact with the source of infection and subsequently became ill. Sop nodded solemnly. I hope it's not the second type. These people are scattered in various cities in the state of Odessa. If they were all exposed to the source of infection in the green or even white zones, Odessa will be in real trouble. Doctors should also be aware of this, so they have compiled the vaccination records of patients in the past year. I see. Is there a problem with the record? Yes, but no. What do you mean? Rebella, please explain to the two of them. I'll go find a doctor to ask some questions. Got it. Leva walked towards the center console not far away. The bar PMC, all of them are officially registered with NAMFA and undergo regular inspections. Even if the rail army is in decline, it is still an official unit of URNC, so most of them receive regular vaccinations are required. As required, yeah. Those who did not complete the vaccination on time were actually the general residents who were unfortunately affected, but the number was actually very small. But I remember Sister Kalina saying that there are regular safety checks in the white and green zones, right? Vaccination records are also within the scope of inspection. What does Leva say? But what does Leva mean by yes, but also no? We found that there are differences in the vaccine manufacturers and production batches used by these people, and we don't know if this will have an impact. Therefore, we came up with a third possibility. These patients have been vaccinated, but the vaccine did not provide any effective protection. So that's why Leva went to ask the doctor about this, right? Ah, she's back. What did they say? According to the doctor, due to the large land area and numerous purification zones in the vicinity of Odessa, the government has also set up elite vaccination sites. These vaccination sites have authorization to choose pharmaceutical manufacturers on the government-provided list, purchase vaccines, and provide vaccination services within the price range specified by the government. Oof. That's gonna be a problem. I know that for sure. But those manufacturers are also legitimate enterprises that have been approved by state government. If the vaccine is ineffective, after the vaccine leaves a factory, there should also be a testing process, right? Yes, but with a large production volume, the government can only conduct random inspections. So is there a possibility of for vaccine quality? Yes, the problem is that there are many manufacturers and production lines for these vaccines, making it difficult to accurately locate problematic vaccines. According to previous receptionists, the course of some patients' illness has developed differently from previous cases, and it is not possible to infer the infection time based on current condition, let alone locate the vaccination time. At most, it can only be roughly divided into a range. So, what should we do next? To be honest, I don't have a more efficient way either. In short, first classify and organize the data, and then divide it according to the current course of illness, and investigate them one by one. Sounds so troublesome. Isn't there another way? I also hope we can find a way. Before that, I want to find someone first. Oh? Does Isabella have any acquaintances in OD07? You all know each other. Speaking of the Rebella interface, she retrieved a medical record. Eva, who recognized the other person's identity, whistled lightly. Isn't this Mr. Pavel? Is he also sick? According to records, he was brought in the day before yesterday and is currently in the ward of this emergency treatment center where all patients are in relatively good condition. Yep, your old dad got sick. Maybe we can get more information from him. And I also just want to visit him. Now let's go take a look. No. The dolls followed the instructions to the ward and found Pavel leaning over the temporary reception desk. He was not wearing a patient gown, and he was wearing an old but clean jacket. Nurse, could you please help me check if the test results for my wife and daughter are available? The output of the detection report takes time, and asking 10 times a day won't speed up the progress. I came up with the results quickly before. My second daughter is still young, so if there's any problem, we need to treat as soon as possible. Currently, medical resources are quite tight. Once the results are available, the system will automatically send them to you and your wife. Please be patient and wait. Yeah. Seeing Pavel still wanting to entangle, Leva walked over and patted his shoulder. The injuries caused by the Gerard medical loss of control have not been cured yet, and Elid has certainly erupted again. It is normal for the hospital to be too busy. Do not make things difficult for the nurse, okay? Mr. Pavel. Rebella, Miss Leva. And the other humanoid ladies are doll ladies. How'd you get in here? We received orders to come and provide assistance, and coincidentally found that you were also hospitalized. So we came to see you. By the way, I would also like to know about the situation. Sure, no problem. I happen to have a situation to report as well. Let's chat. The dolls followed Pavel to the chair by the corridor, and as soon as they sat down, Pavel began to chatter incessantly. Lady dolls, tell me why I encountered this kind of thing as soon as I came back. My team and I actively cooperated with the security department, but within a few days, we all fell ill. Where is your family? I haven't been home for long and have been running around with the foreign aid team. My wife and children are currently asymptomatic and waiting for a test report. That's good, they'll be fine. Alas, I suffered a huge loss this time I came back. People rubbed his head in frustration. The Yellow Zone mission was interrupted and all the rewards went down the drain. I wanted to come back from vacation to see my wife and children, but I didn't come home much at all. I might even infect them. Fortunately, in the satellite city where they live now, the broken machines and Gerard are no longer causing trouble. Otherwise, I wouldn't have left them here to be hospitalized on my own. Just said there's a situation to report. What is it? Oh, right. You see that we were very healthy during the examination before entering the green zone, but after returning to the green zone, we became completely sick. What does this mean? This indicates that there are problems in Odessa. We need to quickly investigate. Yes. And what else? What else? What, isn't this serious? It's quite serious. Is your health okay? He's so energetic, he looks fine. I'm okay, my symptoms are not serious. I felt quite uncomfortable during the first 2 days when I was sent here, but now I'm much better. However, some of my colleagues are still unable to stand up. Elid is a disease that can go crazy when it gets serious, Mr. Bella. Let me tell you, when I was in the Yellow Zone before... Did you get vaccinated before going to the Yellow Zone? That people was about to digress from the topic. Leva quickly stopped them. Of course. Getting vaccinated on time? I guess so? You guess so? Well, in the Yellow Zone, sometimes the task is rushed, and it may take a few days to get vaccinated at night. But I promise, this is just a coincidence. But I can see from vaccination records that they were all completed on time, right? There will be a time That would be fine for being late. It's also like that as long as the time is not long. There won't be any problems. Record it, just fill it, and it's over.
そうなんだ。じゃあどのメーカーのワクチンだったか。
Well, do you know which manufacturer you received the vaccine from?
さあ
Which manufacturer? Under Leva's series of inquiries, the talking to Pavel became stuttering and his eyes were somewhat invasive. At this moment, another colleague of Pavel happened to pass by. Oh, Pavel, are we chatting here again? Do you want to brag about the Chen Sesame, Rotten Millet, and dolls from your military days? What nonsense are you talking about? These are dolls from Namfa. They saved my daughter before. Oh. Miss Leva, don't worry. He hasn't seen anyone from other foreign aid teams before.
気にしないで。
Don't worry. Oh,
ワクチンの話、続きを聞かせて。
I haven't finished asking about the vaccine yet. Vaccines? The colleague's expression stiffened for a moment, then he patted his own head. Memory is all distracted by you. Pavel, the boss has just sent a message asking us to have an online meeting quickly. I came to find you. Miss Dolls, our boss doesn't have much patience. Pavel and I need to hurry over. Can you tell me later if there are any questions?
気になってたことは大体聞けたからいいわ。
Okay,
ありがとう。
you have a good understanding now. Thank you for your assistance. Okay, let's go now. Thank you all for coming to visit me. After I'm discharged from the hospital, please be sure to come and sit at home.
時間あればね。
They are being awfully dodgy. Yep. Let's see the time. Mr. Vella, my wife and I are very grateful to you saving Alina.
いいえ。
Don't worry. Pavel nodded and left with his colleagues. The figures watched their backs.
と喋るのが好きだよね。
He's really good at chatting, but for so long kept to say anything useful.
嘘をつきましたね。
He was lying.
そうね。
Yeah. Was he?
あの同僚の反応。
Just now, I saw his colleague's reaction. They must have hidden something about the vaccine.
どうにかして聞き
It's necessary to find a way to pry open his mouth. Leva lowered her face and looked in the direction Pavel had left. After understanding her intention, Rebella blocked Leva's view.
私がやります。
I'll do it.
こういうことは私に任せた方がいいわよ。
Oh? I think I'm better at questioning.
ロベラは優しすぎるんだから。
You're too soft-hearted.
下手を打ったりしません。
No,
個人的に確
I
認
won't.
したいこともあるので
I'll find another chance to talk with
話し
him.
てみます。
And there's something I really cared about to confirm with him. The two looked at each other for a moment. Then Leva shrugged and regained her smile.
わかった。ロベラがそこまで言うなら、
Well, it's rare for Rebella's seat to be so proactive.
期限は今夜いっぱいよ。残された時間はわずかだから。
But only tonight, there isn't much time left for us.
パーフェクト。これはリバネーも褒めずにはいられないでしょ。もちろん指揮官にも。
Go into badass mode. Rebella walked ahead and led Pavel towards a room located in the corner. The sign at the door of the room reads, Consultation Room.
ロベラさん、もう何
Mr. Bella, you are so kind. Knowing that I was in a hurry for my family, he even used his connections to help me expedite the testing report. I feel much more at ease knowing that they're all fine. I had to thank your doctor's friend very much. He's in the room, isn't he? Well, what about the others? The door opened and Pavel was stunned as he looked at the empty room. Rubella closed the door and blocked it in front of her. Sorry, Mr. Pavel. Rubella, what do you mean? I invited you over in the hope of continuing today's topic about vaccines. I have said everything I can. You've already dealt with this room. And here, I hope Mr. Pavel can tell me the things you couldn't say before. Your intelligence is very important. Looking at the serious expression on Rubella's face, Pavel looked very embarrassed. Miss Rubella, you are my benefactor. I don't want to deceive you, but our family relies mainly on my job to make ends meet. I really can't be unemployed. I understand your concerns, but perhaps after you meet my friend, you won't worry anymore. Your friend? Yes, please wait a moment. As she spoke, Rubella walked over to the table, turned on the display device, and entered a string of communication numbers. Pavel looked at Rubella with his back to him. With her back to him. Then at the unguarded door, but in the end, he didn't take action. Communication is connected. Yeah, so she called Kalina. Nice to meet you, Mr. Pavel. I didn't expect to be so famous. Please take a seat first. I mean, she is basically his boss, so. Pavel sat down on a chair. You're sent by Namfa to oversee PMC in Odessa. We definitely know about you. I see. You don't need to be nervous. Rubella and Leva are both my trusted subordinates and my most loyal friends. I invited you over today just to learn about the recent EMC. The incident of personnel falling ill one after another. The call for support is jointly initiated by Namfa and the government of Odessa. We naturally need to be responsible for the safety of the recalled personnel in Odessa. I see. So the investigation is also handled by Namfa, and all intelligence will be compiled by us. The personnel and their units in private intelligence will become partners for Namfa, and we will protect our collaborators. Huh? Pavel looked helplessly at Rubella. What Kalina means is that we guarantee your personnel safety, ensure that your identity is not leaked, and if necessary, provide you with a better job opportunities. Really? Please trust me. Okay. Pavel licked his mouth and made up his mind. Actually, it's not a secret. Everyone in the PMC knows. Vaccines purchased at vaccination sites are not entirely from state government designated manufacturers. What? Legitimate vaccines are too expensive. I knew it. And the production volume is not high, making it quite difficult to make an appointment. I knew that too. I figured that'd be the case. A large number of people are waiting in line, and even if there are reserved spots, those influential figures who only pass through polluted areas have already taken up almost all of them. How could they take our turn? We who went to the yellow district want to come back, while the poor in the green district... let me restart that. We who went into the yellow zone want to come back, while the poor in the green zone who don't have much money want to stay in the green zone. We not only need to have vaccination records, but also need to ensure our health. Once infected with ELID, it's better like now being admitted by the state government and it's almost like losing everything. The disease may not be cured, and in the end, it will be driven out of the green zone in the name of preventing and controlling the source of infection. One of those private companies, yeah. But if it's just for vaccination records, it's quite simple. With a little operation, there's still some tricks. At least we had to go to places like the yellow zone. Sometimes we have to catch up with some long-term tasks that exceed the vaccination cycle. Getting vaccinated in polluted areas is far less convenient than in green zones. So, in this situation, the company will receive special approval to purchase vaccines in advance and give them to the people who are responsible for the task, so that everyone can get vaccinated themselves. So where there is demand, there is market. A special cheap vaccine has emerged, specifically sold to people like us PMC people in the green zone. Can this vaccine be registered for vaccination normally? Ms. Rebella, how do you think these vaccinations came about? Black markets? That's one of the sales channels. Most of these vaccines came from the return of medical resources in the yellow zone, or defective products from production lines. Whether these things can be returned or not directly destroyed, there are people helping to clean up the traces. It is difficult for those who can clean up the traces of vaccination records. Or is it so difficult for those who can clean up the traces of vaccination records, which are so easy to deceive? I see. What you mean is that many small PMCs are getting these cheap vaccines? Yes, a mix of cheap and legitimate options to reduce cost. We can't go to too high-risk areas either. As long as we wear protective clothing, it's not easy to get infected. Occasionally, there may be a few unlucky people, and it's normal for the yellow zone. If it doesn't cause any casualties, no one cares. And this is just my personal guess. Those real armies in the purification zone may not necessarily use it better than us. But they are all regular troops of the UNNC. Mr. Bella, you are a doll and you may not be familiar with human thoughts. But Miss Kalina, you should understand, right? What kind of good treatment can be remaining hardliners of the Neo-Soviet Union receive? Just a different way of performing labor. Alas, the more times I pass by the purification zone, the more I feel that those people from the past to the present have been protecting Odessa and the city behind them. They just once chose the wrong method and stood on the wrong side. However, now these people in Odessa have long forgotten about the war and those people along with the good days. Sometimes I wonder if there would still be people willing to join the army if it started fighting again now. Going to the battlefield may result in losing one's life, but surviving may lead to being dealt with for various reasons. It's better to hide at home. These are all my nonsense. Don't take them to heart. For me, a commoner, peace is always the best. No matter what those big shots want to do, I just want to have a good life now. And that's all I know. Certified UNC moment. Yeah. It's entirely aligned with his Archer's views to have all these old Neo-Soviets die out there with elite infections. Yeah. Or just kill them off in general. Yeah. Because they would be ones who would be the most opposed to it. Yeah. This is what Griffin said. This is a very important clue. Thank you for your cooperation. It's nothing, but really, don't tell anyone about me. I haven't studied much, so I definitely can't go to the White Zone. Nowadays, dolls can do anything, and it's difficult to find better jobs in the Green Zone. Please rest assured. Mr. Pavel, I have one more thing to confirm with you. Huh? Feel free to ask. Pavel, who has revealed the secret, no longer tensed up and casually leaned back in his chair, shaking his feet one by one. It's about your military experience. What? You don't seem to want to mention your military experience with us. Previously, I thought it was because you didn't want to reminisce about the past, but according to your colleagues, it seems that I misunderstood. Yeah, this is the past. Moreover, except for some special military units, veterans are generally resettled by the government, and white and green zones can always get a job. Even if it's not dignified, they can at least maintain their survival. This is just my personal curiosity. It's okay if you don't want to answer. Since you discovered it, I won't keep it a secret. I'm a deserter. Oh. He deserted. Okay. Well, I didn't intentionally run away either, but in that small battle, the trench I was in was hit by shells, and I fainted at that moment. When I woke up, I found myself trapped under a pile of construction waste, surrounded by dead people. My comrades who counted the battlefield didn't notice me. A large army had already gone far away. My first reaction at the time was to return to the team, but after I crawled out, I tripped on a thigh and a dog gnawed in the mud. This fall reminded me of Lena. Lena, she probably wasn't born at the time, was she? It's not my daughter. She wasn't my wife yet. That's not important. Anyways, we had already gotten along by then. I didn't lie to you before. My wife and I did meet during the march. When the army passed by the village, my wife was the most beautiful girl inside. She brought us bread and sang for us. Everyone liked her, but she only stuffed me a jar of jam. Pavel recalls his wife blushing. We have been in contact since the troops left. I'm in a war. Communication is impossible, but as long as I stay stationed for a longer time, I will write to her. If conditions permit, she can also reply to me. Laura's handwriting is so beautiful. Rebella glanced at Lena and confirmed that she didn't mean to interrupt Pavel. Before that battle, I hadn't received a letter from her for a long time. I don't know if she didn't receive her last letter, or if she didn't write to me because she was getting married, or if it was from that village. But fortunately, it was later discovered to be a false alarm. But it seems that my thoughts have changed since then. Changed a bit since then. Anyway, that fall I left my mind in a mess. By the time I realized it, I had already left the battlefield and was running the opposite direction of the marching army like crazy. No national honor or people's safety can compare to marrying Lena back home. Does your family know? I don't know. The vultures didn't understand the rules of the army. I said that because I made military achievements, the officer rewarded me with returning home early, and they believed me. Did no one pursue this matter later? There's no need to worry. There are too many people missing in the war, and the officer will only think that I'm dead, right? Anyway, I just passed by like this. Later on, I relied on exaggerating my military experience and also had some connections, which allowed my whole family to obtain the right to live in the satellite city. I mean, I can't blame him for that. But yeah, he's a World War III vet, sort of. Like, sort of. But I definitely don't have the courage to apply for veteran placement. Although I feel a bit envious of those who have truly returned to their homes, I don't regret it either. When I have no worries or concerns, I also go to the battlefield with passion. It's only when I have concerns that I realize that if someone is gone, it's useless to win any number of battles. From beginning to end, the peaceful days I want must be alive with Alina and the others to count. Pavel's words resonated with Rebella's mind, and she tried to capture and understand this feeling, which seemed to unravel some of her confusion and hesitation. Looking at the silent Rebella, Pavel misunderstood. Please don't be angry. At least he didn't get hit by one of the nukes. Yeah. After all, you are government officials. The handling of deserters can be big or small now. It's better to have one less thing than to have more. I didn't want to say it before. Everyone, wouldn't you report me to military court this time? Yeah? This matter itself is no longer valid because the prosecution period has long since passed. And coupled with the recent restructuring of the military, the prosecution may not even be able to determine this. I feel relieved when you say that. But, Mr. Pavel, legal forgiveness does not necessarily mean absolute correctness. I do not approve of being a deserter, and I absolutely cannot and have no right to pardon you on behalf of your teammates or the unit you once belonged to. I know, I haven't thought about that either. Pavel feels a bit embarrassed, lowering his eyes and not daring to look directly at Gelina. But I cannot completely deny you either. Listen, Pavel, I have also personally experienced war. When the flames of war and smoke separated me from important people, I also felt bone-chilling fear. I can understand that facing the battlefield with such concerns, it is not easy to persist for a day or even an hour. For me personally, war is cruel. It crushes everything equally. The decision to join the army was instantaneous, but every minute spent in the war after witnessing the bloody battlefield was truly brave. I cannot agree with your escape, but I will not completely deny the danger and sacrifices you encounter on the battlefield. Yeah, what bad times those were, yeah. You should understand that during the times of war, the military severely punishes deserters to ensure order and better execution of combat orders. But war is originally a cruel means to provide more people with long-term peace. Since it is already a peaceful era, I will not deliberately make this matter public. But please, at all times in the future, make your actions worthy of this forgiveness from the law and the times. I understand. Thank you, Miss Gelin, for all I have you said. Pavel's eyes were slightly moist, and he hesitated for a moment before speaking again. I still remember there is something that may be helpful for Invo's investigation. Can you wait a moment? And then he gets his boys and comes back and they all have guns and say, "Get him!" After a while, the door is pushed open again and Pavel sneaked in with a small package in his arms. I'm back. Almost got caught. This is it. Pavel opened a small package on the table. Ooh, is that a collapse fluid? Oh, wait, no. That's a vaccine. I think that's a vaccine. Yeah, it's a vaccine. I just read it. I just read the text. I secretly saved it before. It was the batch I received my last vaccination recently. Just in time for a long-term task. So the company sent it to me to carry it on the way. How did you say? Vaccines are not obtained through formal channels, so the vaccination process is not so strict. This injection was delayed for 3 days, and the injection was delayed for half a month. This injection was delayed for 3 days, and the injection was delayed for half a month. So it was evenly distributed. I've been doing this all along, and there haven't been any problems. So where are you getting it from? Are you going to take it back and sell it? I dare not. Just prepare something for my family. You know, what if something happens? I haven't had a chance to get them this time before I was taken to ODE-07. I originally wanted to continue hiding. Well, after all, the vaccine distribution records are still there. if the boss finds out about me, it won't be easy to handle. Pavel felt a little embarrassed because of the several times he concealed things. But I believe in both of you. As mentioned earlier, the batch of vaccines is likely not just a problem of defective products, right? Those who do such harmful things must be caught. Thank you for your help, Mr. Pavel. Wherever, if there's nothing to worry about, I'll go back first. If a colleague becomes suspicious and tells the boss, it'll be a big deal. After speaking, Pavel left the room again. Thanks to you, Rebella, we have obtained very valuable clues and targeted investigations that can save a lot of time. This was just an unexpected discovery. There's no need to be humble. Without Rebella, Mr. Pavel wouldn't have spoken at all. He had too many concerns. I believe that what ultimately made Mr. Pavel honest was the response given by you. Me? Yes, in response to Mr. Pavel's involvement and escape from the battlefield. I vaguely feel that he is conflicted and doesn't know how to face that past. It was your answer that moved them. Otherwise, Mr. Pavel would not have intended to hand over the vaccine. This incident has made me even more certain. Lena, do you know about Persica overturning the original third generation doll design plan? Huh? For the topic that Rebella suddenly started, Kalina was a bit confused. Yes, at the time, Persica's third generation doll technology was stolen and she had to change her research direction. I also heard from Lena that she participated in new research and development experiments as a human subject. However, even if there were no external factors, Persica had personally overturned her design proposal not once or twice. Did Rebella assist her before? She participated in new research and development experiments as a human subject. Interesting. Yes, I was once believed to have successfully transformed. With Persica's help and guidance, I saw my own desires, broke free from the shackles of human form, and made a choice from the bottom of my heart. But later, Persica said, I am not the third generation doll that she hoped for. Liko, who designed... Oh yeah, Licorice. Who designed the transformation plan, was successful, but she hasn't. Even if the technology wasn't stolen, the original plan would have been completely overturned. And I, on the other hand, can live freely as Liko's third generation figure. Does Persica have an explanation? Well, Persica said that simply resembling humans is not a third generation doll she expected. I'm sorry that I couldn't help Persica, but I still feel happy about the change in my mind as I did back then. That experience has made me even more convinced of this. Human emotions are weaknesses, but there are also opportunities, and this is a factor that all human beings, including myself, should try to consider. It did say that she had a transformation, but I don't think... It might be a translation thing. So I don't want to bank on her actually being able to transform into a giant Gundam wing mech. Upon hearing Bella's word, Priscilla was somewhat surprised. She vaguely felt that the boundary between human form and dolls had become blurred. Bella may not be mature yet, but she is learning, and learning itself makes her more similar to humans. Alas, it's a pity that Liko has already passed away, and Priscilla has given up and continued to use you as a prototype. Otherwise, the cooperation between humans and dolls may change. Are you expecting this? Of course. To me, you are subordinates and friends. This is not just a casual conversation. Moreover, I am looking forward to the days when there will be no more combat missions or command orders. Just chatting and shopping with all of you. Right. Until then, it's good that you continue to be our boss. Umbrella's serious and honest appearance made Kalina laugh uncontrollably. Time is tight. Then my boss will give orders. Umbella, could you please send me the production number and manufacturer information of the vaccine provided by Mr. Pavel? And then synchronize the intelligence obtained by Leva and her team. Afterwards, just wait for my contact. Hi. Human test subject. I really want to learn more about that. Commander, I have traced the factory address based on the production number on the vaccine, and the corners have been synchronized with you. Well, this place is quite close to me. Will Odessa Oblast use vaccines from Diva Oblast? What's Oblast? I don't know. Liva is a white zone city, built based on the original Green Zone, and now serves as a hub city for intercontinental train transfers. For the convenience of transportation, the satellite city built around Liva does indeed have various manufacturing factories and warehouses. On M4, that'd be a little too unfair. But is indeed a bit far away. Well, looking at it from a different perspective, if this batch of vaccines really has problems, hiring a manufacturing factory in such a small place is safer than building it in the state of Odessa. The testing of the vaccine itself cannot be overlooked. I know, SUP has already taken the vaccine to the testing institution. Okay, let's go here first. I'll contact you once I have the investigation results. Hi. Communication ended, and I looked at the coordinates I received, feeling a little annoyed. Angelia, Vladimir. Faces come to mind one by one. Some people sacrifice for the beginning of peace, while others defend this fragile peace with their flesh and blood. But the devil is always hidden under their skin. Rosa, adjust the direction of the Elmo to go to LVI 14.
来る会はアンドリスと美容家と出撃準備。
Fukai, please prepare with Andres and Belka.
ええ
Got it. Alright, so this is definitely 100% after Oblivion. The windows of the factory were gently removed from the outside, and 3 dolls effortlessly climbed in. Fukai, I think, accessed the communication channel.
指揮官目標の工場に潜入したこれより調査を
Commander, we have successfully infiltrated the target factory. Get ready to start the investigation.
了解。気をつけろ。
Okay, pay attention to the safety. Belka walked over to the surveillance camera and carefully observed it, then tilted his head in confusion. Her head in confusion.
いくらなんでも楽勝すぎじゃない
Isn't this too easy?
巡回ロボットはないし
Isn't it enough to set up patrol machinery in this place? Even the monitoring equipment inside the factory has stopped. This is to do charity for the thief.
油断も何もないわ
Don't worry, there's no need to worry anymore. Hmm?
設備もそうだけど余った
The equipment and some remaining production materials have been sealed.
見て
However, take a look. Andres pointed to the device wrapped in thick plastic film in front of her.
何
What?
違う
What is this? G?
お姉ちゃんこれってカリーナさんたちをいじめ
Fukai, isn't this the one who bullied Lena and the others? Realizing that her voice too high, Belka quickly covered her mouth.
ジラードグループ所有資産って書いてある
The sealed label is printed with the assets of Girard Group awaiting disposal. How could this happen? Is this factory from Girard?
そうみたい
It seems so.
ネットで調べてみたんだけど今売りに出されて法人代表
Before coming, I checked online and found that this factory is undergoing assets transfer. The legal representative and other information are currently showing changes under review, but I cannot find out who it is.
それってつまりジラードはこの工場を売ろうとしてるの
So in this situation, is it that the Girard Group sold this factory?
高額な賠償金と違約金を支払う資金を捻出するためと考えるのは
Faced with high compensation and liquidated damages, it is normal for Girard Group to cut flesh in exchange for liquid funds. But
どうしてジラードがこのワクチン
are you saying
工場を所有している
why is Girard Group the owner of this vaccine factory?
さあ奴らは工業が年
Yeah, their main business should be industrial manufacturing.
明確な強みを持つ企業が
What is the probability of Girard, who excels in industry, investing in new industries outside of their sphere of influence?
しかもワクチンはエリート用だカリンによれば
And the production of
代表は
is also resistant to ELIT. According to Lena's message, the vaccine is currently running in a position of the interim chief of Odessa.
こんなに使いやすいカードがあるのになん
I don't believe that there is such a good thing that Rick wouldn't boast about.
やましい事情があると言ってるようなものよ
Perhaps this actually proves that there is a problem with the production line here.
そうだなひとまず調査を
Well, you can continue the investigation first and keep track of the result at any time.
了解
Yokai.
材料と設備は私と美容家が担当
Anders, I, and Belka are responsible for the production materials and equipment.
情報を集めて
You can hack into the electronic devices and try to find more valuable information. Be more meticulous and don't miss anything.
遠慮しなくてもいいんだよ
The protection of these devices are too rudimentary. We hack into them easily. We can't be careless, yeah. To investigate specific information, we also need to address the defense units in front of us. Use an excuse for these vaccines to do more human experiments? Possibly. It could just also be meant for well, it's probably both, right? It's another way to make money. And the vaccines are probably not vaccines. They're actually probably... It might just straight up be drugs. It could be like T-virus level drugs, you know? Possibly. We can't say for sure, but I would bank on that. Can a T-Doll turn into a zombie? No. No. At least not right now, anyways. They can transform into other things, but not zombies. Well, we do know that the Gerard group is cooperating at the very least with Paradis. Same thing with Manji Security. After finishing the investigation, Andrew is cut out of level 2. What's up? There is very little valuable information. What can be seen is that the production at this factory was suddenly halted. The final processing was rushed, and there are still some production records remaining in the equipment. It seems that Senator Rurik is in a hurry this time, so hastily preparing to package and sell the entire factory. Did you find anything? No. Belka and I carefully inspected these production materials and equipment. They are all conventional materials, and the equipment models are also the most mainstream of the market, with no useful clues. Kukai coldly scanned the surrounding equipment, as if wanting to cut them open. This is just the first workshop. Let's take a look. What if there are any other clues? I just found this electronic guide map of this factory. We can search separately. Andrew synchronized the navigation map with the other two people. There are too many workshops. Let's go to the laboratory first. Gerard dealt with it hastily, where residual data is most likely to be left behind. Right. Let's go. I swear, RO is gonna kill me with her jiggle physics. Like, I'm actually gonna die. According to the layout plan, the group arrived at the laboratory. Andres pulls out the thick plastic cloth and starts a device. I'm probably gonna buy that.
やっぱり上位の権限が必要だね。
Indeed, login permissions are also required.
実験室の設備ならこれくらいは普通よ。
Normally, laboratory machines typically require higher level permissions.
なんでそこだけしっかりしてんの？
I'm going to be angry if we can only find some junk files after their transfer has been suspended.
セカンダリレベル接続準備。
Get ready, we have entered the second level leveling. We're just kind of cutting through these stages. I'm in the bathroom. I'll be right back.
交代するなら今のうちよ。交代するなら今のうちよ。行動開始。時間に注意。ハンデを浴びる。パーフェクト。これはリバネーも褒めずにはいられないでしょ。もちろん指揮官にも褒めてほしいな。
Whole team of big pillows. That's true. And yeah, Belka's like super duper stacked. After successfully logging in, Klukai and his team cut out of level 2.
何よ。散々調べた挙句見つけたのは抜き取り検査の
What is it searching for half a day?
正常だし。
It's just routine sampling records, and the results are quite normal.
作ったワクチンも残されてないし。
The vaccines they've produced are still gone. Otherwise, we could have taken them away for verification. It's not for nothing now. Belka, who couldn't find any clues, angrily walked away from the equipment and leaned onto the huge experimental table in the room, tapping on the surface of the table.
うるさい。
Please shut up.
ごめん。
I'm sorry. Not yet. Belka quickly put her hand into her pocket.
何の変哲もないデータだけど、完全に
Although they are
わ
all
けでもないよ。
routine laboratory data, there is still some harvest, isn't there? I like Belka how she is. She's really cute. Cuteness is good. Belka quickly ran back.
どういうこと？
What did you discover?
ここに書かれてる時間見て。
Captain, please. Look at the time here.
くだらないトリックね。
A boring trick.
これって最後に
Isn't this the last startup record?
何がおかしい？
What's strange about it?
半月くらい前か。
About a half a month ago.
検査準備も
But
あるん
it's normal to stop in advance for asset inventory here, isn't it?
でしょ？
Seeing Belka's confused face, Kukai sighed helplessly.
外にある生産
Do you remember when the production equipment outside stopped working?
この
I remember it was a few days later than here, so the laboratory stopped working first,
試験室はさ
and the workshop may have to complete the order before stopping.
やり終えてから止めた
Is there anything wrong with that?
普通の生産ラインならね。でもやましいものを作ってる工場なら
It is normal for a regular production line to have segmented shutdowns, but what would you do if it were a factory producing problematic products?
そりゃ証拠を消し。お、
That must have limited evidence. Ah! Belka awakens from a dream.
つまり痕跡を隠すために実験室
Kukai, do you suspect that in order to further conceal the traces, the technicians also rewrote the startup log of the lab equipment? Kukai nodded.
やったー。
You guessed right.
こんな子供でもわかることではしゃい
What
で
to be happy about? This kind of problem also requires breaking fingers like a child. Even Andres understood it instantly.
でも違和感に
I don't think she understood.
全部
Maybe she just discovered it. Don't believe me. Take a look.
ほら。おー
Seeing Andres in a state of downtime, Kukai sighed again.
とりあえず直すわよ。
Let's try to cover first. Kukai, can I have a reward? Is there a reward? There should be rewards, right? If you want rewards, it depends on your performance next. Received. Oh, this is nice music.
交換するなら今のうちよ。 交換するなら今のうちよ。静かにして。行動開始。時間に注意。あなたの罪を数えなさい。ハンデをあげる。
By the time Kukai and wow, that's some weird translation. By the time Kukai and Belka cut out of level 2, Andor's has already recovered from the downtime, waving her hand as if nothing had happened.
お、隊長。何か見つかった？
Captain, you found anything?
ええ。この設備のログに削除と修正。
Well, there are traces of deletion, modification, and backup transfer in the data records of this device.
オリジナルデータどころか痕跡すら
Not to mention the raw data in the device, because these traces are hidden very discreetly. If it weren't for your reminder, you might have overlooked them.
起動ログの時間がどうしたの？
Is it related to my discovery? Look, I told you Andres wouldn't understand.
そうだね。すぐにフリーズしちゃったし。
Uh-huh, I don't understand at all. It seemed like it crashed without listening for a few words.
そんなことはどうでもいい。
Never mind, it's not important.
生産設備のデータ処理はここと違ってずさんだった。
The equipment in the workshop outside has deleted information very hastily, which is completely different from the method used here. It is obvious that the uploader does not want to discover the content that has been deleted or transferred. The time difference you discovered is an opportunity for us to conduct another investigation. I love that thumbnail, yeah.
そっか。普通なら起動ログを
Yeah, in normal thinking, we would check forward on the starter block. Who would use a non-existent date for retrieval? What a cunning guy. Fortunately, Kukai is smart. Don't get too excited. You can't recover deleted content. It doesn't mean anything. I'm also here to help. Search in reverse according to the operation traces and recover as much as possible.
私が強かった？ううん。あなたの再
No,
編
no, 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 no. Yeah, we're just burning through stages. Kind of wild. Kukai and her team work together to recover deleted data. This is all the recoverable content, some of which have been overwritten and can never be found again. Let's first take a look at the content that was salvaged. I'll do it. Belko opened the file. Medications... What list? There are all garbled characters behind. Let's take a look at the next one. Now this can't be open at all! Belko tried to open the recovered files, but due to the high degree of damage, most of them cannot be viewed. Ah, this one can be opened. This is a purchase list. It must be important data. Let's take a look. B what? The garbled text is so severe that I can't tell. What chemical substance is this? Vodka. 5 boxes. Vodka? Isn't that alcohol? How did you know? Read the second page by yourself. Oh, the same content was written on the second page, but this time I bought 10 boxes. There are also... Also what? Why is it still 1? What's there to delete from this list of daily necessities? There's no room for alcoholics in the laboratory. I can't stand them. Belko angrily closed the interface and continued to view the other recovered files. Finally, after multiple failures, another file was successfully opened. This is a research and development record with incomplete content. Ah, shit. That's like when I shit. On March 6th, 27 blank, the latest experiment data showed a trend consistent with expectations, indicating that covalent bond adjustments targeting blank can effectively improve the radiation resistance of experimental receptors. What needs to be addressed is the success rate of cultivating blank in order to conduct a larger number of experiments. Receive the latest culture medium blank -3140 provided by blank on blank 20 blank. On June 24, in the 2070s, after repeating testing, the culture medium blank -3 blank performed well, and the success rate of blank cultivation increased by 40%. We plan to replace the active ingredient blank in the vaccine with blank on date 20 blank. The condition of the medium blank 3140 was abnormal, and a purchase application for a new medium has been submitted. On February blank, the clinical data of the new vaccine blank met expectations, and the experimental receptors showed extremely strong radiation resistance blank blank. Okay, for this moment, I'll just make the smaller. On March blank 27 blank, clinical data showed a significant decrease in radiation resistance of experimental receptors. Also, we assumed that this would be testing, that the vaccinations were tests, and that seems to be the case. Seems like we were correct on that. And within the expected incubation period, there was no occurrence of ELID symptoms. After discussion, it has been decided to continue observation. On March blank 7 blank blank, symptoms appeared and the course of disease accelerated. The abnormality of culture medium blank 3141 has occurred again, and a purchase application for a new culture medium has been submitted. Blank. On the day of blank 07 blank, data show that experimental recipients injected with the new vaccine blank initially exhibited strong radiation resistance, but this resistance persisted for no more than blank hours before rapidly diminishing. If exposed to polluted environments, the experimental receptors will be infected with ELID. Okay. However, due to the actions of the active ingredient blank in the vaccine blank, the incubation period of ELID is prolonged. The initial symptoms of the disease are milder, and there is almost no radiation carried by the vaccine blank itself. On the day of blank, data showed that the probability of accelerated disease progression in experimental receptors increased by 45%. After injecting the experimental receptors with blank, the radioactivity at their complete onset is generally ELID patients blank. The experiment was successful. On blank 2074, the medium blank 32 blank became invalid and has been cremated. The newly cultured genes have not been replenished due to unforeseen circumstances. Production is suspended. The experiment is successful? Isn't that right? This vaccine is completely ineffective, and it also has the opposite effect. If we follow the logic of success, they were conducting experiments with the aim of developing this vaccine from the beginning. In this case, it makes sense that those seconded personnel who received timely vaccinations and successfully passed health checks would develop illness shortly after return to the safe zone. Fuck you, I was right. Yes, yes, these people were already infected with Elid when they returned.
ええ、そしてこのワクチンによって
Yes, because
発症までの時間が引き
of this vaccine, their onset rate was delayed. Whether it is the incubation period or mild symptoms, as long as the Fabian index does not exceed the critical value, the security checkpoint will treat it as a general returning person. And the detection machinery in the city will not sound an alarm. They're effectively sleeper agents. That's what they basically turned into.
それにこの記録によればワクチンを接種した
Moreover, according to this record, patients who received this type of vaccine had a faster course of illness and stronger collapsed particle radioactivity than the general ELID. It is not difficult to understand why the probability of secondary diffusion increases in ELID patients.
エリートは初期なら治せるけど
ELID can still be effectively cured in the early stages, but it's hard to say when it develops. There are so many residents in Odessa.
今はそれを考える暇はないわ
Don't overthink it for now. Take these files and we'll go back. After reviewing the materials brought back by Klukai and her team, I connected to the communication with Gelin and the others and informed them all of the findings.
パベルさんは撃たなかったから逆に難を逃れた
Mr. Pavel escaped unscathed because he did not receive the injection.
おそらく二次感染の被害者なのでしょう
It seems that he is most likely a victim of secondary spread.
どうしてそんなことするのわざと人を病気
This is too scary.
ジェラードグループ
Is Gerard Group crazy? What are the benefits of making so many people sick?
まさか混乱に乗じて利益を
Profit from chaos.
でも工場を売ってるんだよそれに
But they aren't actually selling the factory to compensate? Or aren't they actually selling the factory to compensate? Moreover, manipulating the vaccine and causing so many people to fall ill at the same time, the Public Security Management Department will eventually initiate an investigation.
大元になったら他の機関も調べに来る
If the situation becomes serious, other departments will also intervene. Isn't Gerard afraid of being investigated?
考えられることは一つ
This can only indicate one thing,
ジラードにと
that the mechanical turmoil was indeed an accident for Gerard.
暴走事故が起きなければ
If it weren't for this, those secondary personnel wouldn't have returned intensively, and the impact would have been smaller.
にはならなかったリューリックは州政府とメディアに
According to what you said,
影響力
Rurik has strong control over the state of government and media, so it will probably be treated as a scattered small accident in the end.
そうですねただの
Indeed, as long as the state government does not take it seriously and treats it as pollution accident, the security management department will naturally not initiate an investigation.
つまりエリートの感染がここまで
So now,
ジェラードにとって
Elid is out of control for Gerard to make such a fuss?
おそらくもしこれが気づけないよう
Probably, but if controlled properly, his plan will really be executed.
特殊なワクチンに合わせて
Special vaccines and timing malfunctions at security checkpoints can also lead to rapid increase in the number of patients in a short period of time.
間に飛躍的に増加しますオデッサの医療資源に
The healthcare system in Odessa may not be able to cope with such a high number of patients for a while, so the state government has to allocate more funds and appoint the Gerard Group to build hospitals and maintain equipment.
検査ゲートの状態とワクチンの流
If Gerard could control the security checkpoint and effectively manipulate the delivery of problematic vaccines, they could even create false impression that due to Gerard's technological innovation, the risk of ELID is once again far away from the illusion of the green zone.
そんなのできるんだ
Well, then Gerard completely succeeded.
幸い直接的な証拠を
Fortunately, we have found their direct evidence of guilt.
カリン検査機関にワクチンを送り届
Elling, how's the vaccine going? Has SOP been delivered to the institution?
そろそろソップさんが目的地に到着し
Well, we're almost reaching the target city and we haven't encountered any obstacles along the way.
パディ少佐もジラードも私たちを
It seems that Colonel Ferdinand, or I forgot his name,
07にいる間も
and Gerard really
知らなかった
don't have time to follow us this time. We did not encounter any further trouble during our stay in OD07.
それに
Additionally, You had something to say? A speculation, but to be honest, there is no evidence at all. I really don't want to draw a conclusion without evidence, so I'm hesitant about telling you. Just say your opinion. Saying the wrong thing doesn't result in a fine. Okay. Commander, do you remember the Helena physical examination report you sent to Kalina earlier? I also read that report, and in simple terms, Helena would experience symptoms of organ failure in absence of glass radiation. Yeah, we know that. This also indicates that Helena is not a fully immune individual, but rather a product of experimental branches. Well, you're right. I don't think she's the Covenant that Paradise calls her yet. If that's the case, then this place deserves it. Eva retrieved the files recovered by Kukai and her team again. What did you discover? Actually, it was a strange wording in the record that made me pay attention. The culture medium has failed and has been cremated. Normally, the culture medium used in pharmaceutical laboratories is usually subjected to various sterilization treatments after failure. Even if it is subjected to high temperature treatment, professional terms such as incineration, dry heat, and humid heat will be used. Cremation is mostly used on things that can be called corpses, right? Do you mean... Can't believe it. So, Kukai and the others did mention that in the laboratory of the vaccines factory, there's a laboratory bench large enough to hold human bodies. There's also an oxygen concentrator in the corner. Doesn't necessarily have to be human. Could be something else alive? Even ordinary laboratories use mice, right? Well, you have a point. It's just this little wise mouse happens to be related to the Gerard group. Helena was originally a commodity commissioned for transportation by the Gerard group, but due to interference from Kalina and the commander, it has not been successfully received to this day. This is consistent with the last purchase of culture medium in the R&D records, and the time is also very close. How could such a young child possibly? If your inference is correct, according to this record, the culture medium, also known as the Helenas, was transported from somewhere, passed through several rounds of bounty hunters and Viagers, and finally erased its traces and origin before being sent to the Green Zone, to places like the factories we went to before. Helena, This conclusion is not unfamiliar to me, but to be honest, I sincerely don't want to believe it. Yes, this is too cruel. But those guys have never been merciful. Everyone present spontaneously thought of the white figures pieced together by machines and human bodies, as well as the name William entwined with hatred. It was thrown to the ground, and its messenger was also thrown down. If heaven and hell really exist, the devil we once buried or his messengers have already broken free from their bonds and returned again. It's precisely because there are one such guy after another that we can't stop for a moment. Gelin, what should we do next? Please continue to assist the security management department in OD-07. in maintaining order and wait for the vaccine test results from SOP. I will submit the intelligence we collected today for targeted testing. Where is SOP? She's temporarily staying in the laboratory so that if our actions are exposed, we can take care of her. Leva, in addition to assisting the security department, you may also need to take some time recently to remotely assist me in organizing the necessary materials for filing a complaint against the Gerard group. If the results of the vaccine test match our expectations, I will notify my superiors. The NAMPA will submit materials requesting the prosecution of the Gerard group and the detention of their senior executives. Right. It seems that we also need to temporarily postpone a handover in Lviv Oblast. Yes, Commander. Please be on standby. Are active near Lviv Oblast and take care of Helena. I never expected the day it would be Kalina who would be commanding me. I want to organize the materials first. Oh, she said I'm leaving. That's what she said. That's funny. But oh, we got plenty. We got plenty still. Yeah, I saw your message about Oblast. Yeah, that's a new feature. That damn bastard, yeah. A few days later. Here we go. Booba alert. Kalina and the others, they're starting to take action. The materials have been handed over to Heli. Who is that? Looks like a pimp. It's great that the production line transferred to Gerard was not wasted in vain. Chairman Rurik never had imagined that while he had full control over the third generation doll technology, Your Excellency had already gained control of the lifeline of Odessa and the surrounding purification zones with its help. Even personally took your dagger and stabbed himself. Gerard has been responsible for the transportation of the culture medium and is aware of his collaboration with Paradis. Even if the culture medium went through several rounds of turnover later on, Rurik would not have imagined what it was probably doing with the culture medium. Just the urgency and arrogance numbed him. Now I finally understand the reason why you, as well as Sanofi and Faven, have always been responsive to Gerard Group's request. Lullaby is not only sung to Odessa and Lorraine, but also to Chairman Rurik, who has unknowingly fallen asleep. Send this message to Rurik, then tell it a new round of periodic meetings need to be prepared. I will also bring the agreed gift to it. Well, we need to temporarily disturb the sweet dreams of the residents in Odessa. Rurik received an email from Cocoon informing him of the true situation and the production line obtained from Sanofi and the Faben Group, and that the lawsuit material against Gerard Group had been reviewed by Heli and will be transferred to the state court soon. In the views of the previous contributions of the Gerard group, the senior management of the group has not been approved for detention, but has been required to go to a designated location within 6 hours and wait for the court hearing. Also, as far as I know, if you refuse to go, there will be a dedicated force coming to invite you to go, and Chairman Rurik should pay attention to safety. Reading out the words in the email word by word, Rurik was furious. That production line is actually used for this? Looking at following this crazy dog. Cocoon, get in here! Cocoon? The Cocoon, who is always on watch, did not respond to Rurik out today. Damn it, where are the people? I mean, to be fair, he's still a dick, so it works out. Rurik angrily entered a string of numbers on the communication terminal. Rip, bozo. Waiting for the sound to gradually erode every bit of patience, nourishing Rurik's restlessness and unease. Finally, the communication was successfully connected. Sorry keeping you waiting. Where have you been? Quickly contact the representatives of Sanofi and Pavel for me. Me? I received notification from it that your secondment support mission has ended, so naturally I will return to my original position. It's difficult for a secretary to work for two bosses at the same time. Did you guys collude this long ago? How can it be called collusion? I'm just completing tasks assigned by my superiors normally. Chairman, I have also handled the tasks you assigned me seriously and carefully. Stop talking nonsense here. How can a lullaby project continue in the state of Odessa without Gerard? Regarding me, it will not let you go. Please rest assured that, as I mentioned before, it will never give up its layout in Odessa, and the lullaby plan can definitely continue to be implemented. It's just lullabies, and you're not the only one who can sing them, are you? Have you forgotten the technology information of the third generation dolls? Who exactly has it in their hands? Oh, really? I do remember that half a month ago. On the night when the day center was attacked, you generously shared all the secrets with all the core families. Since he consumes for his attitude, Rick quickly checked the back end, removing the tampering traces carefully concealed by Cocoon and the hidden information, which was now clearly exposed. The restrictions in all the third generation dolls have been lifted? When you tampered with it? Instead of dwelling on this, I suggest you prioritize self-protection. As far as I know, the materials received by Heli contain very detailed evidence directly pointing to Gerard's crime. After the court hearing, you are likely to lose a lawsuit. What is waiting for you after losing the lawsuit? Why don't you think about that first? This is also the last bit of help that I, as your former secretary, can provide. I was expecting evil M4. Wishing you a smooth journey, Chairman Rurik. Communication was unilaterally interrupted by Cocoon. Rurik cursed and entered several sets of numbers, but none of them successfully connected. Damn it! You were bastards who crossed rivers and demolished bridges! He angrily threw the communication terminal out, but after several seconds, he picked it up, panting heavily. I'll make you look good sooner or later. I don't think that's what he said. Rurik entered the driver's communication number. Hey, go drive that car from my garage. I'm going to the airport. Rurik's private car hurriedly drove out of Odessa and raced towards the private airport located in Satellite City. He tried multiple times to access communication, but found that most of the people in his address book had already blocked him. Bunch of bastards. I never hesitate when asking for money, and I always hide when something happens. Enraged, Rurik swiped the screen up and down, finally locking onto a name. This definitely works. After waiting for a prompt sound for a while, the communication finally connected, and Rurik's expression softened a bit. Congressman Rurik. Major, please help me. I have been falsely accused. Then you should go to the designated location, appear in court in time, and wait for the court's verdict. No, they'll definitely send me to prison. They'll provide more fabricated evidence, making it impossible for me to retaliate. Major, you know very well what kind of person I am. Help me delay the litigation process. I will definitely find evidence to prove my innocence and that of the Rurik group in court. If that's the case, following the normal process can still prove your innocence. Please trust the government agencies. I suggest... That's enough! No! Faced with Ferdinand's advice, Rurik lost all patience. Don't forget, what have you done for me all these years? You're a poor kid who hasn't even been out to the battlefield. Who do you rely on to become the major? I fell. You can't escape either. Please trust the government. You're right. After your crimes was exposed, I couldn't escape being implicated. That's good, you know. But that's just fine. What did you say? The prosperity of Odessa does not require people like me. Stains never disappear. Some people just find excuses and turn a blind eye to them. Congressman Rurik, I am grateful for your past funding and promotions, but everything I have seen recently has made it impossible for me to continue tolerating my numbness, nor can I turn a blind eye to Gerard's crimes. I will accompany you and accept legal sanctions together. He's like, fuck that! Foben, Cocoon, Ferdinand, Namfa, and a group of psychophantic bastards. I won't let any of you feel better. Rurik calls up a hidden interface on the terminal, revealing a crazy smile. You think Gerard has been working on nothing for all these years? Trying to stop me here? Dream on. I will send each of you one by one to the stupid person next to the former chief. Rurik laughed wildly, pressed the start button, and the dark red progress bar slowly advanced. Alright, what are we looking at? What did he do? Just end the bastard. Bro's cooked and wants to cook everyone else. You know, scorched earth tactics. Ferdinand is wearing a bulletproof suit and sitting quietly in the special management car, watching his communication terminal. The car engine is roaring loudly. He knew he was about to pursue his benefactor, and he was not very surprised by Gerard's crimes and Rurik's attitude, as now his heart remained calm. Ferdinand doesn't understand when he started to become this numb figure. He arrogantly understood peace and maintained the prosperity of Odessa, but he found enough excuses for his blindness and cowardice. The numbers he modified are like gray snow in a polluted area in an image. They leak through the purification protection net, quietly and recklessly piling up, but he casually regarded them as dust. Now the snow is falling and submerging everything. What he has seen these days, the palaces of these days, the bright red of these days, finally made him face the fact. These days of seeing, these days of palaceness, these days of seeing bright red, finally made him face the fact. Fyodor Andreevich Sokolov has never seen through anything, nor has he ever stood at the heights he thought he was. He naturally tolerates just because he has never walked in the snow. A prompt pops up. Based on detailed criminal evidence directly pointing to the Gerard Group and the fact that top management of the Gerard Group, including Chairman Rurik Gerard, did not go through the designated location within the deadline, the arrest of top management of the Gerard Group is now approved. This tip, like a fallen leaf, gently falls on the dark river of Fyodor's heart. He raised the communication terminal. Attention everyone, we are currently arresting the senior management of the Gerard Group and following the pre-assigned team operations. Leva, you lead the dolls to track down the chairman of Gerard Group, Rurik Gerard. The vehicle he is riding in has preliminarily locked and the position has been synchronized with you. Don't worry, we're almost reaching Satellite City where he is. Hello Fyodor, I hope we have a pleasant cooperation. Yes, please. Fyodor picked up the terminal, touched the special management badge on his chest, and lifted his head. Move out! For Fyodor, this may be his final mission as a major in the Special Operations Department. But this fallen leaf only stirred up waves. On the other side, the jeep rushes out the small path, honking loudly. The security machinery blocks vehicles coming from the other directions, clearing the way for Leva and her group on the jeep. Sister Leva, run! Run, it's that guy's car! Finally caught up with this guy who uses oil on his feet. Robela, Lena, prepare to shoot. Don't let him escape. Honk, 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 honk. Leave it to me. Roberta and Lena lean out of the car window and aim their guns. Leva slammed on the gas pedal just as Rurik's sedan was about to enter range. A bullet rushed towards Jeep first. Lena, be careful. To avoid the bullet, Leva suddenly turned the wheel and Lena withdrew into the car in time. The side of the car she was on grazed the rocky pier along the roadside. Surprise attack? What's going on? And shouldn't the road be closed?
違法武装ロボットです。
Illegal armed machinery.
ああ、もうこんな時に。
When you're still causing trouble,
いいから撃つ。
don't complain, solve them. Okay, it's nothing. No, the good part is that you finally made progress in terms of the story. Instead of constantly going back and forth in time, you finally have some forward movement in the plot. The dolls defeated the illegal armed machinery that blocked them, but Rurik's car disappeared without a trace. Eva quickly checked the tracking location. Get in the car, there's still time. The dolls quickly returned to the Jeep, but just as they were about to launch another pursuit, Lena's emergency contact came one step ahead. Eva steps on the accelerator and connects to the communication. We just caught up with Rurik, but we were attacked by legal armed forces. The distance is not too far apart, but we can still catch up. Eva, stop pursuing immediately and head to OD07. Yeah, I got her. Eva furrowed her brow, but the throttle near under her feet did not release. Why? Backdoor programs have been installed in machinery produced by the Rurik Group and the systems responsible for research and development. Now Rurik has enabled these backdoors. So Gerard Machinery is going to lose control again? During the previous chaos, a batch of machines produced by Gerard has already been shut down. It shouldn't be too serious? Previously, most of the equipment that was shut down was security machinery. This time, the impact may be even greater? Yes. I've received news that there is currently a system disorder in various parts of the state of Odessa, and even some factories reported by them have production systems problems. In addition, Gerard is also hiding illegal armed machinery in warehouses in multiple parts of the state of Odessa. He has just received news that these machines have been activated one after another, causing chaos in urban areas. So our experience is just now is not an isolated case? At present, the security management personnel in various satellite cities have been mobilized to maintain order, but OD07 has a particularly high number of illegal machinery. You, our high combat units, are not close to each other. You need to go over immediately to support. So, Rurik doesn't care? The current situation clearly shows that he deliberately created chaos to buy himself some time to escape. Once he escapes from Odessa, it will be difficult to capture him again. The Special Management Department has dispatched a new arrest team to take over your work, and the airspace intersection in Odessa is also being arranged. Illegal machinery and system chaos are all caused by Gerard's own troubles, and their technicians cannot stop them. The high-ranking officials and Gerard who are arrested have already handed over the termination key of legal machinery and the source code of the backdoor program. But it had no effect, and the chaos continued. Has it failed, or was the content incorrect? The reason is unknown, and technical personnel are working hard to investigate. At present, the government of Odessa has lost control over a large number of machinery and various facilities throughout the region, including the Selene power station located in ODE-07.
あの発電所って確か
Yeah, I remember this power station. Yes, previously due to the new energy research, with the approval of the local government, multiple large collapsed particle storage tanks were buried underground in the power station. Okay, so if they blow that up, that's a problem.
それもしかして今にも
Are you telling me now that these dangerous cans are about to explode? Yeah, exactly that. I don't want that to happen. But the control system and internal facilities of the power station are provided by the Gerard Group. Due to the influence at the back door, the thrust engine is currently operating at high load and cannot be shut down. If the engine overload causes the generator to explode, those cans may also explode. At present, the power station has requested assistance. You should depart immediately and assist the security management department and technical personnel in resolving the crisis. Really? How many times atomic bombs can't scare the humans who are not willing to die? Leva made a sharp turn, and the Jeep decisively adjusted its direction. She's right, by the way. How many times are we going to set this up? We will immediately head to OD-07. However, Gelin, the reserve back door of the drive program cannot be blocked, and the legal mechanical termination key they controlled cannot take effect. I think the reason for this is not simple. Do you remember the mysterious humanoid we encountered in the computer room before? Her electronic warfare ability is extremely strong, and the subsequent damage to the control room and the global chaos are also closely related to her. If she is also behind this incident, it may be difficult to solve. I understand that the state government has issued an order to gather non-Gerard produced high combat mechanical units and technical personnel. It won't be long before the reinforcements arrive at various satellite cities, including ODE-07. At the same time, the state government has classified this incident as a betrayal of Odessa by the actions of the Gerard Group. The anti-rebellion operation was named Bone Removal, with the goal of completely suppressing the Gerard Group and its illegal armed machinery, and restoring public security to Odessa. As for whether it can succeed, we need to pause for a moment. We will do our best. What about the residents of ODE-07 and the injured? The underground shelters of ODE-07 have been fully opened, and I am leading the armed forces of Namfa to assist local security personnel in evacuating citizens and the injured. Wait, you're also going to ODE-07? Yes. If the Selene power plant explodes, the glass particles in its storage tanks will spread with an explosion, greatly reducing the protective effect of the underground air shelter. And even without this serious danger, large-scale battles between machines are inevitably prone to accidental injuries. Should all unrelated personnel of ODE-07 be evacuated now? The feasibility of evacuation is still under discussion by the government of Odessa. Do we still need to discuss this matter? The current chaos has caused a significant disruption to the air and sea or transportation of ODE-07, and the large transportation route via the Odessa 30th Bay Bridge is bound to be close to the White Zone. Most of the evacuees from ODE-07 are suffering from ELID. They are approaching Odessa, which may increase the class radiation concentration inside Odessa City, leading to the risk of ELID. so they closed the bridge? The answer given to me is temporary closure.
それでは見殺しも当然じゃないですか。
This is no different from making the people on the island wait for death. It is not easy to force me to cross the bridge now. Due to the sudden increase in security risk level, the artillery batteries on the fifth isolation wall of Odessa are about to be fully activated. The Odessa Bay Bridge is a double tower, double cable, plain cable stayed bridge with fragile points in its structure, which is prone to damage from stray bullets. In order to ensure the survival of the bridge, reserve transportation channels for subsequent evacuation and reinforcement teams, and also to ensure that enemy units breaking through from this direction will not pose a threat to Odessa. The state government ordered a reduction in the bombing range towards the Odessa Bay Bridge and instead focused the firepower between the coast and Odessa Bay. But if the evacuation convoy chooses to pass through Odessa Bay Bridge, at this time, it will require a large number of troops to escort, and there's a high possibility of being affected by stray bullets after getting off the bridge.
では待つしかないんですか。
Can we just wait now? Congressman Zimmerman is working hard to finalize the evacuation plan, and Director Kruger is also putting pressure on it. What we can do now is to assist the local security department in minimizing the impact of chaos, preventing nationwide panic, and protecting the residents of ODE-07. South, I have ordered her to go directly to ODE-07, but the rail train is suspended and she is waiting for the drone to pick her up. She will be able to meet you later. Viva, Lena, Rebella, please.
カリンも気をつけて。
Gelin, you also need to be careful. I hope we can meet again in the future.
私が強かった？あなたの采配のおかげよ。
So it was probably intentional that it was set up that way. Yeah, that was a lot of yapping. Let me go ahead and grab a drink again. The event is good. I like it. Holy cow, this music a jam. Yeah. Alright. Rick got out of the car, and quickly walked towards the private plane that is ready to take off.
もういい。とくさいやつめ。
Hmm? They just gave up? Yeah, it just gave up for that line. I don't know. Impatiently waving the umbrella held up by the driver, Rurik exposed himself to the rain. He walked hastily, letting the raindrops hit his carefully combed hair.
お待ちしておりました、リュリック様。
Congressman Rurik, welcome aboard. Rurik didn't stop, just gestured for the driver to stuff his suitcase over. He walked briskly up the gangway without looking back. The airplane doors close, and after a period of a taxi scene, it slowly takes off. Watching the building under his feet getting smaller and smaller, Rurik steadied himself and leaned back in his seat, taking a deep breath. LOL. Congressman, please change your coat and wipe your hair. Yeah. Rurik nodded, changed his coat, and continued to look out the window until the thick smoke and flames on the ground turned into spots in his field of vision. He took his champagne brought by another crew member, took a sip, closed his eyes, and enjoyed the gentle wiping of the towel. The fools of Odessa. With Gerard here, you can still live in heaven. Gerard is not here. All that awaits you is hell. Listening to Rurik's wild words, the crew paused for a moment, but soon resumed wiping. If they all knew who the person they should truly respect, like you, they wouldn't have fallen into his trap. Why are you shaking? Help me leave Odessa. You don't have to worry about your future life anymore. With a muffled thud, it broke Rurik's comfort, and he opened his eyes discontently. What are you doing? Drinking and cursing got stuck in his mouth. And Rurik figure became stiff. The soft fingertips that used to massage his scalp through a towel turned to a hard muzzle. How about I serve you now? Rurik Gerard. That's Darcher. A familiar voice sounded from behind. Darcher? I recognize her voice for some reason, I don't know why. Darcher holds a gun to Rurik's head and walks around in front of him. You think that you can still send me at will? It seems like Cocoon has completely transformed your mind. Rurik stole a glance at the crew member lying beside him and pretended to look angrily at Darcher, but in reality he was trying to make eye contact with another crew member who quietly walked out of the cab. It has nothing to do with that, gentlemen. It was me who voluntarily abandoned most of the records. Unfortunately, the habits set by you still persist, except for you. Darcher holding a gun, with the other hand covering his chest. The ugliness and foolishness of you are no longer present here, but the flame called disgust still burns. Give up your foolish and cautious thinking. That gentleman will not respond, but will only sing praises when you lose your life. Bastard, what's the benefit of falling Snowfree and Fabin? Don't forget who it is. The gunshot and bright red stains of the woolen carpet laid in the cabin. The culprit of mechanical chaos, who died at the muzzle of a mechanical gun, will satisfy all viewers with this outcome. Please keep quiet about this forever. Darcher ignored the gradually cold Rurik on the ground and turned to look at another crew member who had already taken off their uniform jacket, revealing their doll skin.
コクーンがバックドアプログラムの停止を防いだわ。しばらくの間オデッサ州政府
Just received news that Cocoon has successfully delayed the progress of blocking the back door. For a period of time, the government of Odessa was still unable to control the most machinery and facilities in the entire region.
これから彼女と共にリューリック・ジラードが
Next, I will cooperate with her to further expand the chaos caused by Rurik Gerard.
あなたの次の任務もすでにそう
She has already sent you your next task. After checking the news, Archer let out an exaggerated sigh like a theatrical actor.
次の宴には参加できないようだ。
Alas, it seems that I am not qualified to participate in the upcoming banquet. It really is a pity.
では適当な場所で私
Could you please find a place to put me down?
さっきコマンドを設定したから飛行
Well, I have already entered the command in advance, and the plane will descend to a safe altitude in 20 seconds.
あらそうですの。ではお先に失礼しますわ。
Thank you. Please forgive me for leaving first. Archer opens the hatch, and a fierce wind blows in, scattering the stranger's neatly styled hair. The stranger gestured and slumped aside, finally leaving Rick.
したい。どうするの？
How do you handle it?
悪魔には地獄がお願いですわ。
The devil from hell. Let him return to hell.
捨てておいてください。
Throw him away together. The surging river of blood or the cement-colored forest can become his destination. Yeah, I totally understood that.
オデッサはお二人にお任せしますわ。
Afterwards, please kindly entertain Odessa and hold the grandest banquet for them.
参加できなくても遠くから眺めさせて
Even if I cannot attend, I will still gaze at the lights from here from afar.
済ませてください。
Please do not disappoint me. After speaking, Archer bowed her knees and then fell outside the cabin, disappearing instantly into the rain curtain. Yeah, a lot's happening really fast. Leva and her group arrived at the Selene power station, which was indeed in chaos. The security machinery and the members of the security department, who were still working normally, were fighting against the illegal armed force, constantly surrounding them. The dolls deftly dodged bullets and approached the personnel in charge of command at the Special Management Office.
非軍事勢力管理局平成外人形のリヴァレナ
Now the figures, Leva, Lena, Rebella, have arrived at the battlefield.
お疲れ様です。
Received.
カリーナさんとパジー少佐からお話は伺いました。制御室に
Leva, Miss Kalina, and
トラブルの対策
Major Fyodor have instructed me to prioritize going to the control room and assisting the technical personnel in dealing with system chaos.
ここは私たちに
Leave it here. Look out! Lena pounced and pushed the special management personnel aside. The unmanned aerial vehicle hovering above everyone's head was hit by illegal armed forces and fell straight to the position where he had just stood. The young man who had originally appeared capable and mature finally revealed a panic that matched his age. He looked at the drone with his sharp blades still spinning in shock.
助かりました。
Thank you.
レナはここに残って制御室は
Lena, you stay here. Just go to the control room with Bella. Huh? Okay, okay.
リバネ気をつけてね
Leva, be careful.
そっちもね
You too. Leva and Rebella rushed to the control room, where several technicians were busy and overwhelmed. No way. Backdoor blockage failed. The system is still under attack, and the command to terminate the operation is not effective. Our machine's computating power cannot keep up. Optimize algorithm and try again. The engine must be stopped. I tried several times already, but there's no progress at all. Just fixed, it will be rewritten immediately. Someone's indeed manipulating from behind. Now it's troublesome. Eva frowned and walked forward. Report. Nafa, Leva, and Rebella come to support. May I ask what the situation is now? Finally, someone has arrived. Actually, the ignition informed the two individuals about the crisis currently facing the power plant. So currently, most of the control over the generators in the power station has been regained, and it happens that the ones connected to the thrust engine are still not under control. Yes, all the generators here are originally uniformly installed in the early years, and most of the control authority was still in the hands of the state government. But later on, after the launch of new energy research, 2 large generators were allocated for secondary development and renovation, and the control system was separated. The main person responsible for this work is a Gerard group. So Gerard group left the back door in the control system for these 2 generators? Based on the current situation, it seems like that seems to be the case. These back doors are now extremely difficult to block, and we are trying to regain some permissions. At least we can successfully turn on the cooling system and maximize power. But I want to completely regain it. If electronic means are not feasible, how about physical force shutdown? No way out. Or no way. Former chief executive was concerned that these 2 generators might subject to human damage and cause safety accidents. So he specifically rebuilt the computer room where these 2 generators are located. The isolation door in the computer room is currently in a locked state, and in order to open it, it must be opened by several authorized personnel using biological information on site. That seems kind of dumb, not gonna lie. So basically, they can only shut it down electronically, or they can only change the system electronically, because they quickly banned everyone from going into it and do something physically. That's usually not how you would want to make machinery. You usually want to have a physical backup or a failsafe system. Kind of weird. Have you contacted them yet? I have contacted them, but currently communication and transportation are very poor. Some of them are missing and some are on their way. The generator inside is very unstable, and it is too dangerous to forcefully destroy the building of the computer room. But judging from the fighting situation outside, it may be too late for any of them to arrive. Moreover, those missiles are those missing individuals. Rebella paused for a moment, unable to speak of a more brutal possibility. Please continue to handle the back door and regain control of the system. Rebella, you and I can connect to the 2nd level and check the status of the security system in the area where the isolation door is located. Yeah, it's why you don't leave everything to be electronic. It makes things way more difficult. E023. This machine looks so strange. Eva, do you have any intelligence about it? Let me take a look. Is this the mammoth? Have you seen the obstacle module on its head? This is the multifunctional unmanned development machinery that integrates obstacle breaking, tackling, and protection. I know the way to deal with it. Understood. We will provide support and you can solve it as soon as possible. Yeah. Every important system needs a backup that you can handle physically. That's just good. That's just good security.
今のうちよ。目標沈黙。行動開始。時間に注意。
No, are we waiting? Those melons. Yeah, the game feels really focused on showing RO's chest and how stacked she is. More so than other characters, to be honest. Eva and Rebella checked the security system in the area where the isolation door is located. The design is already rigorous enough, but there is still a certain gap compared to the government's security system. In principle, the system used by URNC should be uniformly built and managed by Heli, which enables the entire system to have high security. Why did the former CEO choose to develop a new system to control the security facilities here? If you want to use the government security system to provide protection for this computer room, you must seek assistance from higher authorities. I'm afraid there are some obstacles in this. Are you still saying that Hurley was intervened? I don't know. Probably the former CEO was also wary of this and designed an independent security system for the isolation door instead of handing it over to the Gerard group. This should be one of the few places where he can use his authority. Oh yes. Although it is difficult to break through, fortunately Gerard did not intervene, so naturally he was not able to install a back door. Was RO thick? Yes. Now, the secondary level at the power station has been switched to local mode. It is almost impossible for the mysterious person to intervene in a security system without a back door. This means that we will not suffer any additional interference during the breach process. There are a total of 5 permission identification locks, and even just cracking them is not easy. But this is a rare breakthrough. Let's cut it out first. We'll communicate with the technical personnel and allocate the computing power. If the reinforcements can arrive smoothly, we can also hurry up and solve it in a few hours. You, Lena, interrupting me in my narration. Quick, over here, get in the car. Lena, dressed in a combat uniform, which we can't see, unfortunately. That's too bad. Stands in the rain, helping a patient climb into a personnel carrier. At the intersection less than 100 meters away from her location, armed forces from NAMPA and security personnel from ODE-07 are engaged in fierce combat with illegal machinery. Lena wiped the rain off her face and frowned, looking northeast. Just recently, 2 blocks away from here was bombed. That is a temporary dispatch center for the evacuation escort force. And since that round of bombing, Lena has never been able to contact Colonel Grove, who serves as the commander-in-chief of the evacuation escort force. Suddenly, Lena's terminal rang and she quickly connected to the communication. This is the senior counselor of NAMPA. Please speak. This is Colonel Vasily, from the Frontline commander of OD-07. Counselor Kalina, we have just received news that Colonel Grove, who commanded the evacuation unit, went missing in a round of bombings 10 minutes ago. Although she was prepared, Kalina still clenched her fist. We urgently need a new commander-in-chief for the evacuation escort force, but the current situation is chaotic. The war situation is intense. Reformers have not yet arrived. Manpower is seriously insufficient, and officers are still command operations on the front line. We're kind of fucked. Counselor Kalina, I hope you can temporarily take over the command of the rear evacuation escort force. Coordinate resources, dispatch manpower, and lead civilians and patients to enter the evacuation facilities in a timely manner. Understood. I will do my best to ensure the safety of the refugees. Thank you for your cooperation. Vasily quickly informed all the evacuation escort troops about the transfer of authority. Information from all parties began to be gathered towards Lena, who quickly began the evacuation dispatch work. The roar of gunfire occasionally comes from the communication channel. Call the 5th escort team. Call the 5th escort team. Are calling the 5th escort team. This is Kalina. Report your progress. Counselor Kalina, we're about 800 meters away from the target shelter facility. At present, the loss of escorts and machinery is about 30%, and we can still persist. Okay, continue escorting the personnel carrier. Evacuation Unit 7, hurry to the coordinates and assist Unit 5 in completing the escort mission. The clear sound of artillery fire caught Lena's attention, and in her sight, 2 high-rise buildings were collapsing in the heavy rain. Counselor, our forward path encountered a building collapse. You must detour. Estimated time? The new route data is insufficient, and the time cannot be accurately estimated. Preliminary calculation over 40 minutes. Got it. Lead the team around and speed up. Understood. Lena looked anxiously at the frontline personnel who were fighting not far away. They were hiding behind makeshift shelters and riot shields, and the bullets from illegal machinery in front of them were causing dust and smoke. The destroyed drone and tactical figure fell onto the ground, and the oil mixed with rainwater flowed along the road. In Kalina's eyes, the pitch black liquid seemed to turn dark red. Why hasn't reinforcements arrived yet? Despite thinking this way, Kalina was helpless. All the combat teams were scattered throughout OD-07 and had no time to withdraw. A strong light came from behind, and the personnel carrier that had transported the previous batch of injured people drove back again. Kalina quickly regained her energy. The next batch, come quickly. Lena helped the patient to the park personnel carrier, but instead of the empty shed, she extended her thick arms and pulled the weak patient up. Sit inside. Pavel? After instructing the patient, Pavel flipped over and jumped off the carport, followed by more than a dozen members of the PMC and the rail army. You guys help all the patients onto the car first, then come and gather. Hurry up! The rail army is here, and you even installed a leader PMC? Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and get to work. Okay, okay. Come here, all refugees. Let the serious ones get in the car first. Don't stick in there like a sickly seedling. Just put your hands on it without any problems. PMC members and rail troops acted quickly, and with their help, the evacuation efficiency was significantly improved. Pavel bypassed the crowd and ran to Kalina, wiping away the water droplets on his face. Miss Kalina, we discussed on the way here and decided to come back and help. Although the combat level is not good, as regular troops, it is always possible to provide support. He probably patted the rifle he was carrying. You haven't fully recovered yet, so you shouldn't go to the battlefield. During the war, it doesn't matter if you have a fever or a toothache. If possible, go ahead. I am very grateful for everyone's bravery. He hesitated for a moment. The existence of the collapsed particle storage tank is a secret to the public, and considering the real danger of ODU-07, Lena still doesn't want to involve civilians. But everyone still has a family member to take care of. Please go take shelter first. I just contacted Lena and they are now being well protected. Anyway, I can't live without ODU-07 for a while. If someone is protecting them for me, then I'll go protect the others. It's all the same. Fire is burning everywhere in Odessa. Seeing this now, I understand that you want peace. Running away is useless. Someone used to break the bastards for me. Now it's time for me to repay the favor. Ah, he's dead. He's dead as fuck, dude. The situation of ODE-07 has spread. This time, even our cash-stingy boss in the other satellite cities said that the weapons we brought can be used freely. Don't mind me, give the order. I understand. Mr. Pavel, PMC, and all the members of the rail army, please assist us in protecting the personnel carriers and escorting the safe evacuation of the injured. Under the command of Kalina, members of the PMC and the rail corps rush to the battlefield. More and more people are volunteering to join the battle on public communication channels, assisting residents and the injured, and traveling to various... Another bus full of patients. Kalina walked to the driver's cab. Destination Shelter 8. Please ensure the safe delivery of the evacuees. After confirming with the driver, Kalina switched communication channels. Shelter 8. Please note that this is the Commander-in-Chief of the Evacuation Force, Kalina. It is expected that a new batch of evacuees will arrive in 30 minutes. Please arrange for rescue in a timely manner. Please wait a moment, Counselor Kalina. What? Shelter 8 is already full. What? There has just been a round of airstrikes nearby, and a large number of injured people have been sent over. There's airstrikes? Medical staff are providing first aid. We really can't accept any more people. Understood. Do you still have the capacity to receive shelters 6 and 7? We're already full. We are also. Personnel in charge of each shelter, evacuation point, and troop transport vehicles. Please immediately transmit the number of personnel in your designated area to me. Less than half a minute, Gelin received multiple messages. Shelters are full. This was actually the expected situation. Due to the small number of residents, OD07 has fewer shelters, both in size and quantity, than typical satellite cities. Recently, due to the outbreak of ELIT, a large number of injured people have been sent here for centralized treatment, and the number of people on this small island has far exceeded the normal state. It's just that everyone is intentionally or unintentionally avoiding this question, and no one has time to think about who should hide in a place that may not provide protection at all. With the communication channel, various units constantly urge Gelin to make a decision and issue orders. Amidst the noise, Gelin pulled down her earphones. At present, we can only... Gelin looked over at Odessa Bay Bridge on the map, which should have been everyone's way of life, but now rows of barriers have been erected on the bridge deck, blocking everyone's passage. Forcibly passing through may require some effort and may only be hit by stray bullets, but if we stop here, those exposed in the street will suffer misfortune. If it were you, you would also make the same choice. Commander. Determined, Gelin put on her headphones again. All units, follow the command immediately. The loud sound of the airflow engulfed Gelin's command, and a large military helicopter flew in. Its machine guns was activated, rapidly destroying several illegal machinery hovering around it. This is... The helicopter slowly lowered its position, and waves blew away the rain. Finally, Gelin could see the logo printed on the fuselage clearly. Special Management Office. Riverboats hang down, and several special management personnel led by Fyodor slide down quickly. After landing safely, Fyodor scanned left and right, locking onto the figure that appeared even smaller in the rain. He walked quickly to Gelin and solemnly salute. Colonel Fyodor from the Special Security Management Office of Odessa led the member of the Special Management Office to provide support and are about to take over the frontline command of OD07. But before that, Congressman Zimmerman took special care and asked me to prioritize confirming your safety. Miss Lena, thank you and Nanfa for your assistance in Odessa. The matter is urgent, and in order to prevent communication from being monitored, I apologize for not informing you in a timely manner that reinforcements are about to arrive. Colonel Fyodor, the underground shelter of OD07 is fully staffed, and the remaining residents is injured. Urgently need effective shelter measures. I judge that it is necessary to evacuate the crowd through the Odessa Bay Bridge now. I am submitting an application as a senior counselor of NAMFA, and I request that the government of Odessa grant immediate release. Lena's attitude was firm, and the rain suddenly clung to her eyelashes, not moving a single inch. Understood. This is also the message that Congressman Zimmerman asked me to bring you. Councilor Gelin, the government of the of Odessa now requests the NAMFA to continue providing assistance to help all non-combatants of OD-07 pass through Odessa Bay Bridge in an orderly manner and seek refuge in other areas. The white zone of Odessa can also be accepted. Great. NAMFA will fully cooperate. The combat units of the Special Management Office are about to arrive, one after another, ensuring the evacuees leave OD-07 smoothly. Until the situation stabilizes, the command authority of the evacuation team still belongs to you. Please rest assured to dispatch your forces and evacuate the evacuees. Additionally, Fyodor lowered his voice. Technical personnel dispatched by the state government have safely arrived at the Selene power station. Some of the combat machinery has arrived, and the subsequent reinforcement teams have also set off one after another. That's great. Lena smiled. Soon she got the communication terminal at hand and announced the good news that she could evacuate through the Cross Sea Bridge. After a while, Klena's voice was transmitted through multiple helicopters in the air and remaining broadcasting equipment in the city. Attention OD-07 residents. The passage to land has been opened. Please follow the command and evacuate in an orderly manner. Within 5 hours, everyone can cross the Odessa Bay Bridge. Odessa and other satellite cities will provide shelter for everyone. Repeats. At the same time, behind the battlefield, Fyodor looked at the synchronized enemy distribution map and drafted a preliminary battle plan. Pavel, who was asked to withdraw from the front lines to seek refuge, ran to his side and stretched his neck to peek at the distribution map. Special Manager's Office Team 3. Choose the shortest route from the west side. Major, wait a moment. What is it? Don't go all west. Don't all go west. Send a few flexible small machines over this small road in the southwest, right here. Fyodor looked at Pavel with suspicion and gestured for him to continue speaking. I observed it when I just sent the personnel carrier over. The illegal machines in this area are large in size and slow in turning, making it difficult for them to take care of the rear when moving. This team circled from behind them diagonally and directly exploded their tracks. Have you ever bombed large machinery? Well, I haven't hit a large machinery before, but I bombed a few armored vehicles. Don't you also know that stopping a large vehicle and having a flat tire is the fastest way? It's the same. The book definitely won't include this as a regular tactic, but if it fails, it only means losing a few small machines. If it exceeds, it can be quickly resolved. I understand. Hurry up and board the personal carrier. There are only 3 hours left for you to evacuate. Yes, sir. I'm leaving now. After running 5 to 6 meters, Pavel stopped again and grabbed his head with his hands blackened by the smoke of gunpowder, watching Fyodor's back. Major, I was talking nonsense before. You have never fought in a war, but you have always led the Special Management Department to protect my family. Thank you very much. Please come back safely. I'll treat you to dinner later. Fyodor did not turn back, and Pavel no longer hesitated, running towards the evacuation team without looking back. The third team of the Special Management Office has split into 5 high-power small machines approaching from the southwest side. The target is a joint of the supporting components of large illegal machinery, and the remaining combat units are on standby on the west side of the street. Fyodor lifted his head and looked through the rain curtain at the orange light flickering across the shore, which was the flames of the battle. But he was well aware that behind the smoke of gunpowder, there were countless lights waiting for people to return home. Later, he added a sentence to the communication. "We will definitely complete the task and return safely." 2 hours later. Leon, who had already arrived at Odessa Bay Bridge, watched as the troop carriers left one by one, but still couldn't completely feel at ease. At this point, the isolation columns on the bridge have already been lowered in order to ensure the safety of the evacuees. The gun emplacements on the fixed isolation wall of Odessa limit the shooting angle, but this also makes Odessa Bay Bridge, Bay Cross Sea Bridge area in OD-07 direction a breakthrough point for illegal machinery. Fyodor, who is commanding operations in the urban area, specially dispatched combat personnel to guard the ramp to resist the impact of illegal machinery. However, including OD-07, all of Odessa are engulfed in flames of war, and with limited manpower, the situation remains precarious. The second escort team, consisting of 3 people and 5 small machines, will escort these 2 personnel carriers across the bridge. The rest of the people who are on standby, waiting for the next batch of personnel carriers to arrive, simultaneously intercept illegal machinery that breaks through the front line defense. Never let these machines pass through the bridge ramp. Lena looks at the communication terminal. There is still 1 hour left until the agreed evacuation completion time. Is the power station okay? Alright, so everything's good up top. Super Dad is still okay. That's what matters, that Super Dad is okay. The current block in progress is 28%. The control of the cooling system has been regained and is now operating at a maximum power, which can last for a while longer. To regain the power of the power plant system, it is necessary to achieve a blockage progress of over 85%. Currently, the progress is slow. What is the progress of cracking the collapse particle storage area and the isolation door security system? Process is in progress. There are still 2 permission locks left. The overall progress is 57%. Attention, all electronic warfare units. The remaining permission lock key nodes are being calculated and will be synchronized later. Prioritize processing the current node. The instructions of the technical personnel echo the secondary level. It seems that after some reinforcements arrived, the cracking speed also increased significantly. Rebella, pay attention to the clearing redundant data. Rebella? Rebella, who has supposed to be waiting for instructions nearby, disappeared. At the same time, the sound of battle came from ahead. I know you're in a hurry, but it's even more important to stay calm at this moment. Eva sighed helplessly and quickly joined the battlefield. The current security node has been cracked. Has the location of the next node been determined? The calculation process has encountered an exception, and another team has been sent to handle it. We will synchronize with you soon. Wait a little longer. Please hurry up. Leva, are all personnel in the current security system cracking team in place? Let me take a look. So far, the planned reinforcement arrival rate for the power plant is arrived 65%, but some of it needs to be used to block the backdoor manufactured by Gerard and regain control of the system. Just counting our pipeline, it will take about an hour to reach full capacity. That's too slow. Didn't the special management department say that the reinforcement had already departed? To ensure environmental stability, the secondary level has been switched to local area access, and electronic warfare units must also reach a specific range to participate in combat. The situation outside is tense, and transportation has been greatly affected, so naturally it will come slower. Over the years, the state of Odessa has been turning a blind eye, and this match's attitude has allowed Gerard to hide too many private soldiers. There's also a lot of pressure on Gelina's side. Rebella would share the Frontline communication channel at the cross-sea bridge to the second level. The noise in the background, Gelina's voice was faintly visible, and closer to the microphone was the deafening gunshots. 35 degrees southwest. The straight line distance is 189 meters. Stop those 3 illegal machines. Be careful, Counselor. An explosion sounded, covering the voices of the participants. I'm fine. Destroy the illegal machinery as soon as possible. The next personnel carrier is coming. Eva turned off communication sharing, and the second level immediately regained quietness. What did you do? It's no use worrying about that side. The technicians have already synchronized the next node that needs to be processed. Let's speed up the process. Right, I got it. Rebella successfully defeated the last system defense unit with 1 shot. As the defense unit dissipates, the cracking work of the current node is declared complete. Nice. Eva, where's the next node? Waiting for notification from the technical personnel. Reinforcements have arrived one after another, and the overall process has accelerated. Combined with the increase in computing power consumption of Rebella, our cracking speed has also increased by 20%. Wait, Rebella, where are you going? I can't wait anymore. After quickly analyzing and filtering, Rebella jumped to a node that had not been cracked. Eva quickly followed, and the two of them engaged in the battle with the system defense unit. All defense units in the system have been cleared. The current node has been cracked and the permission authentication lock has been activated. Please dispatch reinforcements to follow up and handle the subsequent process. Request next load location. Hey, let me see where the note is. And you come over and help me. The original cracking sequence was disrupted, and the sound of the technician scrambling came over, causing Rebella to become increasingly anxious. To speed up the progress, there are still 5 nodes that have not been cracked. As long as they are cracked, the last mission lock and isolation door can be opened, and then... Rebella took a step forward, but was unexpectedly grabbed by Leva. Where are you going? The technicians have not yet determined the location of the next node. I can't wait anymore. There are only 5 nodes left. The cracking order won't have a big impact. Crack them and you can open the door. Rebella tried to break free from Leva's hand, but she tightened her grip even tighter. Wait for the technicians to notify you. Running around like this will only disrupt their plans. Don't be impatient and do bad things. Don't be impatient? How is it possible? You are well aware of the situation of Gelina's side. We can't delay any longer. We must go help her. Eva, I just calculated that the cooling system is already running at maximum power, and the engine overload time has been significantly delayed. As long as we can solve the last mission log a half hour in advance, we can hand all over to the rest of the reinforcements. Then we can go to the Odessa Bay Bridge. Please calm down. Don't fully understand the security system here. Even the smallest impact can have serious consequences. Previously in the Gerard computer room, my mind was damaged. Although my functions were basically restored, they're not stable enough. Moreover, including myself, the troops responsible for cracking permissions log have reached their limit in computing power usage, and once negative situations arrive, we cannot handle them in a timely manner. We have cracked 4 permission logs, totally 20 nodes. I already have a good understanding of design architecture, but there won't be any problems with the 5th step. Besides, was my judgment just right? We have successfully cracked the node and released the 4th permission lock. One success doesn't mean it will always be successful. Do you want to bet on this chance and replicate it several times? Rebella, you are a doll. Do you want me to continue explaining? We can't just wait here. Waiting for the Odessa Bay Bridge to be breached, waiting for Gelin and those refugees to be rescued. The next node is expected to be synchronized in 8 minutes and 20 seconds. Destination communication interrupted the 2 conversation between the two. After the technician finished speaking, Rebella still stared at Leva, her gaze almost stubborn. You heard it, Leva. The next node would take more than 8 minutes. There's only one last mission lock left. As long as we solve it, we can go and support. No way! This positioning process takes much longer than before, and accidents may occur at any time. Once the cracking fails, we can only watch as the collapsing particles spread, and Gelin, the soldiers, and those who took refuge, and more innocent people residents in Odessa will all die. Gelin would never want you to act recklessly. Protecting Odessa, protecting this world that has finally emerged from the flames of war is her wish. But Gelin also hopes that one day we won't have to give orders to each other anymore. We could chat and go shopping together. I don't want to wait for that day to come when Gelin is gone. Leva, the time we spend cracking the security system here is all earned with the lives of these living people. I don't know how to express myself. Perhaps in the eyes of humans, peace is a definition of a number, but for the vast majority of people caught in war, peace is just a wish to survive and to have their families and friends safe. Oh, okay. Perhaps in the eyes of a doll, peace is a definition and a number. It is precisely because of these seemingly selfish desires that humans are able to respond to each other, gather together, form armies, and participate in wars. For ordinary people, this is the true meaning of war. I can't put them on the scale and compare their weight and calculate gains and losses rationally and coldly. If the storage tank explodes, collapses, and particles spread, everything will be gone. But now they are everything. Are you also wavering? Otherwise, why don't you dare listen to the voices on the Frontline channel? If on the day when peace truly arrives, Commander, Gelin, and 404 have already been engulfed in the flames of war, would peace still hold meaning for you? Leva became shaken, and the lost data in her mind seemed to have turned into a void, making her feel suffocated and anxious. The shouts and Kalina's voice in the communication channel that she was trying to ignore are also constantly confronting her proud of rationality at this moment. The rational logic rooted in Leva's mind made her want to continue rejecting Rebella, but the vocal module seemed to be damaged, making it impossible for her to speak. At this moment, a bright voice dispelled the gloom. Well, Leva, I'm late. I couldn't contact you for half a day, but after finally getting to the local area, I immediately picked you up. Sop, have you arrived? Have OD07 already? Drones are incredibly fast. I accidentally bumped into a few flying machines on the way. But I'm not very good at trying warfare, so Kalina asked me to go over to the front line and support the security department with Lena. In just over 10 minutes, we'll be at the power station. Wait a minute, Sop. What's wrong? Sop, you can directly contact Kalina and join the battlefield at the entrance ramp at the sea bridge. If she asks you to come to the power station, tell her that I, Lena, Rebella, and reinforcements sent by the state government can handle it. You are the redundant force. Reinforcements. Oh, no problem. If you go to the ramp, it's faster. Stop. Please protect Kalina and those refugees before we arrive. That goes without saying. I'll go now and wait for you at the bridge. Sop quickly cuts out the second level flat layer. Eva looked at Rebella, and Sop's appearance made her usual calmness, or restored her usual calmness. Rebella, you're right. I'm also very worried about Kalina and shaken by it. But I always believed that the existence of dolls is to some extent to make up for the shortcomings of humanity. I have never been able to choose to let the power station take on greater risks just because of my concerns about Kalina. You have undergone first-class transformation, and you are a third-generation doll prototype in her hands. Perhaps you and we are different now, and we cannot come to the same conclusion under different logical circuits. But I know that we all don't want to see widespread death again. The war that once assumed lies is still clearly imprinted in our minds. Now, Kalina and those who took refuge are being protected by Sop. She is better at dealing with the situation than us. I hope you can temporarily adjust your logical circuit, follow orders with me, and continue to cooperate with technical personnel to unlock permissions. Once the gate is open or the control of the power station system is successfully regained, we can go together to support Kalina, okay? The technicians reported the next node that needed to be breached, and Leva enlarged the data and displayed it in front of the two people. Compared to the position, the node is located slightly further in front of the two people. In level 2, data still flows smoothly. Rebella nodded slowly. I see. Art overly does need to calm down. Yeah. But I get it.
にして行動開始時間に注意
I think we're almost there, though. So far, no one's died. I think this one changed really soon, though.
ハンデを404を敵に回したのが運の尽きよ
Yeah, I would say for sure it was never that prevalent in Girls Frontline 1. Did they even hear it?
静かにして行動開始時間に注意 ハンデを当てる 静かにして通りすがりの人形よ覚えておいて
Alright. Ooh, that feels better. Ooh.